What's up, YouTube? Dude, you can't squeeze all this into a corset. What's wrong with you? Clearly, you were born thin. Oh, god damn, that's good coffee. Man, my steak and eggs did not turn out this morning. What a bummer. Oh, what's up, Kamert? Thanks, man. Yeah, if you don't put the salt, like I didn't put salt on it. I just didn't think about it. But yeah, if you don't put salt on that steak, it tastes like shit. Mm. Lesson learned. Let's see here. Let's get started. I'm just gonna dive right into what we were working on yesterday. Good morning. Good morning. That's a good point. Is that how we used to season meat back in the day? So I guess it's all pie charm today. So it looks like we're starting to get some of that smoke from California here in Vegas. It's quite hazy this morning. It's probably going to get worse. Let's see. Yeah, today we are working on an upgrade to our strategy discovery algorithm. I mean, I feel like trading strategy discovery engine tells the story. You don't need to explain what it does. Nobody's invading anybody. Trump's just trolling. You know what I think it is? I think some of this, we saw this the last time Trump came into office. It's a thing that he does. He talks about it in The Art of the Deal. When you're not sure who you can trust, you tell everybody some ridiculous thing. Some ridiculous thing. And you see which ridiculous thing leaks to the media. Tyrion did this in Game of Thrones famously by telling all the people he couldn't trust that he was about to trade off a different one of the kids in a marriage, in a political marriage. And then when it got back to him that this kid specifically was going to get sold off in a political marriage, he knew it was Master Aemon or whatever his fucking name was. I need to rewatch Game of Thrones. That's a good show. Anyhow, yeah, it's a nice trick. Remember when they said Trump wanted to nuke a hurricane? That was one of the things. That was one of the things where he was like, "All right, one of you is leaking stories to the media. All right, I'm gonna tell this person I want to invade Greenland. Tell this person I want to annex Canada, and tell this person I want to nuke a hurricane. Oh god damn it! All the stories leaked. You're all fucking fired. Oh yeah, that's an interesting trick. Memos with unique white space. Yeah, you got to see where the leaks are, man. Trump's got a lifetime of experience at that crazy shit. All right, let's see. Let's get to the Pythoning. I need to fix all that. I want this to have a blurry background and have all the stuff in it. I need to get that done. Caps lock, cruise control. Yeah. All right. Upgrades to our trading strategy discovery algorithm. Oh wait, sorry. I forgot I'm only supposed to do one song. That's my self-indulgent little thing. All right. I like Credence. What can I say? I'm sorry. I like Credence. All right, let's get to work, everybody. Sorry about that. Little production slip. I was getting everything going on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Moderation helps everyone feel safe. To build a positive live chat experience for you and your viewers, choose who can participate. Set a delay between messages. Hide or put people in timeout. Cool. Pop out chat. Yeah, I need to consolidate all of my chats and come up with like one central moderation solution. That'd be great. All right, what's up, I Eat Forks? MCAT sucks. Uh, okay. All right. Well, hey, I know it's pretty intimidating, right? Any huge standardized test that dictates your future is. So just don't worry. Remember, you can take it more than once. Just think of the first time as practice, and if you crush it, then all the better. It's almost like the worst case scenario that you pass it on the first try, because then you're stuck with that score forever. Sorry. Just trying to take the pressure off. I don't think I did a good job. Oh, did I get it? Am I getting spam comments on YouTube? I think I am. So as a finance content creator, like I'm gonna be getting the worst of it. Yeah, it's the same. Oh, hey, I've got a wallet with this seed key, and then they put the seed key in, and it's like, dude, come on. Why don't they just have a thing for like scams? They've got harassment, bullying, suicide, self-injury. They don't have one that's just like this person is attempting to defraud users on your platform. YouTube. What was the final score on political donations? It was like 30 to 10. It was pretty stacked. Anyhow, all right, let's get to it. This is going to be kind of a long day, so let's go ahead and pull up the legacy algo. My God, did the guy hit me again already? Is he just hitting every one of my videos? I might have to just disable comments. I'll worry about it later. No, like I don't think anybody's falling for crypto scams and YouTube comments. But like, yeah, I'm starting to get hammered by them. Like even from my first video on YouTube, I gotta do some research on like what's a good practice solution to that. Let's see. Let's pull up the disco algo. All right, so this is the legacy algo. It's pretty straightforward. So we need sigtac pairs and context histories, and then for each sigtac pair, you score all the different contexts. It's pretty straightforward. Get some notes going here. All right, so what's up, chat? What's everybody working on today? Getting my notes consolidated here. Let's see, Java version. Should probably put this in GitHub. Got to get back into that habit. Okay, so for our SQL version, we can do the sigtac pairs easily enough. But those are already in the trades. Like we do this, so we start with the finished trades. Hmm. So starting with the data sets produced by a taxum service. So we already have all the trades. So we can literally just have a query that selects all the distinct. We could just produce like one big table or one, yeah, like, one big, the query that produces one big table of all of the trades with a column for signal and tactic. And then score each one. Basically, we could probably have a query that spits out the finished product. What about the context chain? It's like we have to work backwards. Like I think we need to think of this more like a feature importance analysis. Large cell use cases. Wait, bio battery? You mean like oh, I used to be obsessed with this stuff. What's that bacteria that kicks off negative ions? Yeah, there was some kind of bioelectric generating thing that I was like, oh yeah, if we can get this to grow on anodes, we can make like bio batteries that are fueled by ammonia or something. I forgot what that species was called. But yeah, I had my bio battery obsession period in my biotech days. All right, let's see. But yeah, feature importance analysis. Oop, wrong button. Looks like DuckDuckGo has their own GPT thing now. Flashbang. See, this is pretty much what we were doing before. And we took a simpler approach. I think it's time we reconsider this. Gosh, I guess we could use a classical feature importance approach now that we've sort of got all of our data in a Python accessible format, whereas we didn't before. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, hey, cutie. I didn't see you there. Yeah, I'd be interested in the biobattery stuff. Let's see, Claude. Help me brainstorm a little bit, buddy. All right, let's see. Well, having a good day so far. So far. I mean, like every day I wake up a little tilted at Elon, but who doesn't, right? I was thinking, he's gonna burn us all out. We're all gonna get sick of him. And I think that's what 2025 is gonna be. It's gonna be the year of, you know what? Fuck Elon. I can feel it coming. And when he feels the hatred of the world upon him, he will go full supervillain. I guarantee it. He doesn't sleep, dude. He doesn't sleep. Like we thought that he was sleeping, but no, he's just tweeting from an alt account in the 3 hours a day that he's not tweeting from his primary. Yeah, decision trees and information gain is what we've been doing. Right. Right. That's literally what we've been doing. That's an interesting approach. Group trades by performance buckets. Analyze label frequency distribution in each bucket. Huh. Hmm. It's simple as fuck. You don't read X? Oh, I actually don't read his posts. I'm just still just a little steamy about the H1B thing. It's like you know, but what about those of us that were Skeeter and Screech and Urkel? Like, what about those of us that were the nerds that stayed quiet and worked hard so that we could be the next Bill Gates, right? And then to look up and see Bill Gates just like spit on you and be like, "Sorry, kiddo. I don't want to pay for your fucking health insurance. I don't like it when you have opinions about what we should do at my company. I don't like it when you want a fair wage. Get the fuck out of here. Import slaves." That's heartbreaking to me in a way that some politician lying to me could never be. You know, it's like, okay, whatever, liars lie, but it's like, dude, we thought you were one of us, man. The weird wannabe Iron Man incident with the Thai cave stuff. Yeah, that was a little weird. He did seem to want to be the hero of that and didn't like that other people were like getting the job done without him. Ernest Hemingway's brother. Imagine living in that shadow. Like Freud's was, oh god, who was Edward Bernays? He was like Sigmund Freud's cousin or something, living in the shadow of that. Oh yeah, Elon basically said that Americans are too stupid for tech jobs, and that's why we need to like crank up the amount of H1Bs. And it's like, uh, uh, it's like, you know what, Elon, Bubba the trucker's not applying to work at Twitter. I'm applying to work at Twitter. So there's no shortage of people who are applying to work at Twitter. There's just a shortage of people who are applying to work at Twitter for 100 grand a year and no bathroom breaks. Like when engineers are offering to come work for you for free and you turn them down in favor of H1Bs, it's like something's not right here, Elon. I don't think it's about what you say it is. And also, how come all the people that go volunteer to work for him, that he does take them up on it, they all quit in disgust and never mention him again? What's that about? Six of the top eight GitHub AI repos are made by China. Top two is USA, and the top three committers are either Vietnamese or Chinese Americans. Why you gotta make everything about race all the time? Man, this is about labor dynamics. That doesn't shock me. I mean, whatever. Hmm. The what? Matt who? I don't know anything about that. Hold on. Matt who? I know about the dude Elon's been screaming about. I don't know who's this Matt person. Oh, that guy. Oh, that dude. Yeah. Yeah, I live here in Vegas. And if you didn't know, the Trump hotel like reopened like the next day. The next day, back to normal. And then yesterday, they had to bring out some ladders to go up on the roof of the overpass thing, the roof of the what do you call it, where you drop your car off? I don't know fancy people things. Not concierge. Valet. The valet. Thank you, person who knows fancy things. So yeah, apparently they had to crawl on top of the valet to get some bits and pieces. But yeah, they this is Vegas, baby, up and running. They like the next day they were like, clear all this terrorism shit out of here. We got a hotel to run. These people need their DoorDash. God damn it. Um, yeah, I can't imagine how much money they were hemorrhaging having to put everybody up in the Venetian for like 2 days. I'm sure they made some sort of a deal. You know, you take care of us this one time. If you ever need it, we'll hit you back. Have I looked into the details? I mean, he just seemed very troubled. He seemed like a very troubled guy. Like you read the notes that he left behind, and he seemed very, very troubled. He did not seem to have a firm grasp of reality, and that really breaks your heart. The Afghan stuff is true. Yeah, probably. But as far as we know, the guy suffered a pretty massive head injury when all of that was happening. You can't underestimate what that can do to a person. Like having your computer knocked around can fuck up your hardware in ways that you don't appreciate till years later. Like you see professional boxers, you know, they get into their 50s and 60s and they can barely fucking speak. Head injuries are no game, dude. I don't know if they ever identified him. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, apparently a little scrap of tattoo survived. Now, at the press conference yesterday, they said that the ignition source might have actually been, because then that might have been why he chose a 50 caliber round. Not only will that get the job done, but the muzzle flash will spark it off. Well, the flash, they're saying the flash, the first thing you see in the video is the igniter, which was. I would hope so. I would hope he wasn't alive when that thing flared off. Good lord. Cook your lungs instantly. Um, but I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Like, we don't have direct access to the forensic data from Tesla, but enough people have seen it and it was turned over fast enough. Elon would have to be in on the scam if this was a false flag attack. Elon would have to be in on it, or someone at Tesla, because they produced a data set that said that the truck was not in self-drive mode. That's my understanding, according to the press conference yesterday. I think the Cybertruck, the Trump Hotel, and the fireworks were all this guy's attempt to make a big, big scene. But you could clearly see the guy. They had a video of him in a parking lot. Like, you could clearly see him opening up the fuel can and dumping it in the trunk. And then as he's driving off, you see the drip, drip, drip out of the back of the trunk. And then as he pulls up, you see the drip, drip, drip out of the back of the trunk. And this was somebody just trying to get a lot of attention to what he perceived to be a terrible, terrible war crime. I think this was a man screaming for help as loud as he could. I think, they said he called like all his ex-girlfriends on the way there, trying to go back to a happier time. It's all the classic check marks, This was somebody who was spiraling. Apparently his one of his plans was to drive the Cybertruck off the side of the Grand Canyon, which I don't want to say would have been awesome, but you have to make sure you get good footage of it, because, like, man, if it happens and it's only eyewitnesses and no one got it on camera, my God, it would be a travesty. Not only have you permanently damaged the glory and the splendor and the splenditude of the Grand Canyons, but we didn't even get it on film. That would have broke my heart more than anything, really. So, I mean, Sean Ryan and all them, it slipped out. They pulled the mask off for a minute, where they were like, "Hey, either way, I'm getting a video out of this." And then, oh, seriously, this man was suffering, and he may still be alive for all we know. They're doing the Alex Jones thing, man. But there was that mask off minute for just a second where his face lit up and he was all excited, reliving that moment of like realizing that he had the exclusive and this was gonna make him a shitload of money. You could and then they go right back into just, whatever Alex Jones bullshit you want to hear. It works, didn't it? I mean, we all watched it, didn't we? But apparently it's legit. They even referenced it in the press conference yesterday. The Las Vegas Metro Police Department, in the ASAC investigator from the FBI, ATF, whatever, was like, yeah, no, that email was legit. Yeah, the Meta glasses was the other guy. What about him saying that the drones use gravitic technology? Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Absolute total bullshit. That's where he's just detached from reality. All right, gravitic technology. How does it work? How do you know it exists? How do you know it exists? Have you seen it? Have you touched it? Have you? Where? In what context? When? Who was present? Just China has it, and it's the checkmate for America. Okay, how do you know that? What's your source on that? Because when you were talking about these war crimes in Afghanistan, you were naming names, places, dates, numbers of fucking citizens, numbers of casualties, and then when you're like, he said impressive payload capacity, right? But then you're talking about this world-changing, human history-changing technology that you know about? How do you know about it? How do you know China has it? How do you know China's launching it from submarines? Because, all right, think about this, everybody. How much mass does it take to create the gravity just to pull your ass down to the floor? The planet Earth. Now, the planet Earth is big. It's a lot of mass, and it's not hollow. It's full of shit. It's full of rock and molten, all that stuff. I'm not a geologist. But it takes that much mass to generate enough to pull your ass down. It would take that much mass to generate enough to pull your ass up in parallel, right? Just to hover you that much, it would take that much E equals MC squared, right? So to have that kind of technology that can either shield gravity or repel gravity with equal force, you gotta put the energy into that MC square equation. That's a lot of energy. That's like more than a fusion reactor. That's like the planet Jupiter compressed into a pebble. Like, that's a lot of energy. So if we had that, and it fit on a drone that could fly above the White House, if it could carry its own energy source, you know what I mean? Then that's it. We've conquered the stars. That's it. China won't give a fuck about taking over the planet Earth. They can just fuck off and go to planet China. Because now you can bend space-time. You could slipstream or even jump from one point to another if you could do that with something that small. Then scale it up, and now we can leap from one system to another. Wouldn't that be amazing? I don't think the drones were real. I really don't. Yeah. Gravitic technology would be cool. I don't think it's real. I really don't. I was obsessed with this for a long time. There were all these like spinning superconductor experiments that they did at like the University of Austria. I used to have the professor's name memorized. But they never found anything. Like they They thought they found something for a minute. They thought they had like a small accelerational force generated by like this spinning superconductor, and then they took the superconductor out and it was still there. So they were like, it's probably just an error in the measurements. So they went to the most isolated, like vibrationally isolated lab like that exists, and they couldn't find it. So it was like it probably just wasn't there. And that's with like spinning superconductors in like liquid helium, like 5,000 RPMs, and there was still like nothing, no measurable anything. So the Cooper pair theory didn't work out. As far as I understand, we have nothing that can bend space-time. So no sort of anti-gravity gravitic thing. No effect or phenomenon has ever been discovered, to my knowledge, that we might exploit, theoretically, to do that. The one thing we thought would do it, the spinning superconductors, because of something called the like Cooper pair effect, didn't work. Or at least, as far as I know, we never got it to work. And even if you could get it to work, you'd still need a spinning superconductor, which is really hard to do. Anyhow, it's almost a bummer. Yeah, like Kerr rings. Like to do a Kerr ring, you'd have to take the mass of Jupiter and compress it into a 5-foot diameter ring, and then you'd still have to spin it at like approaching the speed of light, and we have no idea how to like focus it on a target. But in theory, that might work. I don't know. I remember reading Wired magazine articles about this a long time ago. It's almost a bummer. Anyhow. What is this mutual information analysis? Calculate the mutual information between each label and the performance outcome. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Okabe did this in his studio apartment with microwave parts. Yeah, and then never successfully recreated it. And totally wasn't using strings. I mean, there's been enough quacks out there since like home video cameras came out. With like, look, I'm making the frog float. It's like, yeah, because you dropped it from 9 stories. Wasn't there a thing where they were suspending frogs in magnetic fields? I remember something like that. Yeah, but like the permutation method might be overkill, right? Because we're only going to have, let's say, like 30 or 40 labels, um, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand trades like per session. So I don't think we need something like the permutation stuff would be great if we were doing like a vast neural network with huge data set. I don't think we need to be that complicated. See, we've been doing this kind of exhaustive Ginny importance, like recursive thing. No, I was just heating up my coffee. We already had 3 hookups. Maybe I need to get on some dating apps. I've kind of been avoiding it since the OK Cupid era. Nerds. All right, let's see. What's good? We are upgrading our strategy discovery algorithm because it's become too slow. And so I wanted to kind of make sure I have a firm understanding of the math before I translate it into SQL. Or what bits and pieces should I translate into SQL? Yeah, we know you use ML for that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're asking. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. We've been using this sort of naive feature importance approach, and I was thinking we could probably get a little more nuanced. So I just kind of wanted to have a little brainstorming session here with Claude before we commit to churning out a bunch of Python IBIS code. Split adjusted stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Our historical data is the prices that they were at the time. So we would have to do split adjustments. And we have a metadata set that has all the split adjustments in it. And it's a pain in the ass. It really is. Um, I mean, I try to think of it as it was not split at the time. So whatever analysis that I was going to be doing at the time was not going to be on a split stock. So any performance derived from a split adjusted price, I don't see as realistic. I see that as like fantasy land. Who cares? That's not the real world. So I kind of think of it as are we simulating what it would have been like at the time, or are we simulating some like retrospective fantasy? But I might be wrong about that. And again, it depends on like, if you're trying to do uh auto correlation type stuff, then yeah, you have to do split adjustments. That's just what the math says. Nothing you can do about that. But yeah, I guess just follow the textbook on that one. Are we going to turn strategy discovery into a Python script? That would be like so good for the ecosystem too. Well, whatever. It can't be in Java anymore. F score is accuracy and precision. Profit factor is profitability. Oh my god, didn't understand. So that just gets us the feature importance, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's just going to give us the feature importance, right? Then from there, like you can sort of derive the strategies because you know about the interaction effects. Is elucidating the right word? You know, none of this technology existed when I did this the first time. I used to have this dream, right? It wasn't really a dream, it was like a nightmare, right? Where I'd, meet some historical figure and just be like, man, I wish I could be more like you instead of sitting at a computer my whole life, right? And I think it was when I had this dream about Da Vinci that he was like, "You fucking idiot! Like, you think I'd be spending all my time in notebooks if I had computers? I would use the tools of my time." And I don't know, that one really stuck with me. I didn't really feel guilty anymore after that. I was like, yeah, you got to use the tools of your time. Da Vinci had a notebook. That's why he left behind all these notebooks. But if he had had a computer, he would have left behind a stack of hard drives. No, he would have burned all his apprentices would have burned all his hard drives when he died. We don't know which one the board is on. Burn them all for history. We must protect the man. His legacy. Ah, God, it makes you wonder which of his notebooks they burned. I'm sure there was one or two where they were like, "All right, we have to burn his nudes." Like He sketched all these nudes. Like we can't keep those. We got to burn those. They wouldn't have had any idea the historical significance of burning one of Da Vinci's works at the time. They would have just been thinking, we got to protect this guy's reputation. If it comes out he was a dirty pervert, none of us are going to be able to find work as his apprentices. Because, he didn't do all that stuff himself. He had apprentices. Once he had money, he had, like, staff. So they would do, like, a lot of the grunt work the way GPT does. And then he would come in and do the fine details that make it the Da Vinci. Yeah, what if he had just, like, the ultimate female form that just gave you just a total involuntary erection? They were like, this is dangerous. We have to burn this. This could end the world. Uh, yeah, they'd just delete his internet history. Yeah. They'd feed it a tapeworm with a list of his fetishes. Just be like, erase anything with this in it. Oh, man. Weren't there accusations? Weren't there allegations that Da Vinci, am I thinking of someone else? It's a pretty common accusation back then. I guess without Twitter, how could we know what's true and what is state propaganda? There's no community notes on that one. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. Well, back then everybody was fucking everybody. You only lived for like 30 years, so if you had a chance to get your nuts off, you did it. I mean, even then you might only get laid 3 or 4 times in your life. I mean, think about it. Back then, if you just got like a nasty scrape or a cut, like you were fucked. You were done for. A bad cough, you're gonzo. Got like the flu comes to town, half the town dies, man. It was rough back then. Like I don't even think we can imagine how common death was back then. Like you wouldn't live long enough to get HIV. You just die. Like yeah, life expectancy was like 35 or 40 back then if you were rich. God forbid you were a woman. Oh my god, if you got pregnant, that was a death sentence. Death sentence. It was rough back then. The pace of that world is so different from ours, like you can't even imagine it, man. We'd be traumatized for life living one day in that reality. Yeah, flip a coin. Like if you're rich, flip a coin. If you're in some hill tribe, you're just fucked. Even if you make it through the delivery. Oh yeah, you'd pile up on a boat with 20 or 30 other guys and hope that you're sailing in the right direction and run out of food and water and only about 5 or 6 guys made it. What happened to the others? Terrible sea creature snatched them right out of the boat. It was awful, man. It sucked. What's that Mads Mikkelsen Nicholas Winding Refn movie Valhalla? Yeah, that's a taste of that. Just the most brutal glimpse of what that life must have been like. False discovery rate. Feature clustering. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Hmm. This is getting into some stats that I am not familiar with. This is pretty cool. Like I said, I didn't have any of this like AI tech when I built this the first time around. So like it was a really naive like Wikipedia based approach of like I kind of have this idea of how we can simplify feature importance. Why was giving birth a big issue? Think about what's involved in giving birth. You're opening up an umbilical cord has to be cut. You're agape. Infection, doing that in a dirt field, in some mud hut, in some on some teepee somewhere. Yeah, we did this in nature, but not with a very high survival rate. That's kind of the point. You get an infection in your hoo-ha, you're done for. It's kind of like, if you had a bad hemorrhoid, you're donezo, man. You get we laugh about having our male periods. But if you were having that in the day, you'd wake up with a lion eating your ass. It was just rough. That's why I fucking I cringe whenever I'm watching like The Walking Dead and somebody will like dramatically cut their palm with like a dirty knife to like rub blood to bait the zombies, and I'm like, you're done, you're dead, you're dead. That's gonna get infected. You're gonna die. You can't just go get a Z-Pack from the pharmacy, dog. This is the end of the world. You skin your knee, you could die. Like, we are so fragile. Take away our civilization, we are done for, man. We are so frail. Fun thought. All right. Feature clustering. See, I'm not familiar with the Benjamini Hochtua procedure. I do know about false discovery rate, though. Mm, mm-hmm. I listened to an interview with the current CEO of Renaissance this morning. It was really cool. We might need to start doing something like that. Like interview review. I always say that like if you want to make moves in the market, don't go listen to wannabe day trader assholes. Because even the real day trader assholes will say, like, don't fucking get your tips from me, buddy. I'm doing my own thing. If you wanna know how to make moves, you need to be listening to what these hedge fund managers are saying. Because these are people that are making moves in the market today with hundreds of billions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars. They're not taking flyers on GameStop. They know what they're doing, usually. They represent quite a lot of brain power. So it's always educational to just listen to them talk for an hour. Just be like, "Yeah, I'm usually taking a lot of notes." Anyhow, Mm-hmm. Yeah, correlation matrix seems to be the standard approach. I did not know that I ate orcs. Well, they say that all of the the baby food industrial complex has sort of fucked us all over. Um, we don't chew food at a young enough age, so now we all have these really narrow jaws. Like if you go look at Timothy Chalamet, his jaw almost comes to a point. And then you go compare that to like Clint Eastwood or Frank Sinatra, who had these big like foot jaws, like fucking a fist at the bottom of their face. And yeah, you can really see it. It's really pronounced. And because of that, we get more teeth crowding. So now we have to have more dental work. Anyhow, I just thought it was interesting. Something I learned recently. It's like, oh yeah, we're still evolving. We're evolving into these like industrial dependent emotional amoeba. Yeah, we're evolving to rely not only on medicine but on industrial food prep, industrialized food. I I think when we like if F, or if what RFK Jr. successfully turns this ship around, I think we're gonna have a whole new plethora of health issues of people who are having to readapt to healthy diets. Like there's going to be all types of GI issues that are caused by like this person hasn't had a Brussels sprout in 12 years and now suddenly they're eating vegetables again. They're going to have gas like you cannot believe. Like they might actually tear their anus open farting so violently from the first batch of Brussels sprouts that they've eaten. We're going to have to like slowly like wean them off of the McDonald's and like introduce Brussels sprouts so they don't explode internally, spontaneously combust. No, RFK. He says that they made him eat fast food. If you're touring with Trump, it's RF or it's McDonald's or KFC, and those are like the only two things he eats. But clearly, Trump and Elon are on Ozempic. Clearly, Trump. There's no way he's losing weight that quickly unless he really is like hitting that part of old age where you just start withering. Ugh. But yeah, he's getting thinner and he's getting those like Ozempic cheeks. You see how I've got the dimples? They get them back here. Well, you know, Trump never drank alcohol or smoked, so if all he did was just eat trash food his whole life, he's probably gonna live forever. Eventually, you become the preservatives. Hmm. Fortnite dance on your Health and Human Services director. Audit Tony Fauci. Just audit him. Just no show trial, no congression, no Rand Paul, no. Just audit him. Let's make sure that his lifestyle does not exceed his income. I know he's politically immune because everyone knows he's fucking dirty. He ran HHS for 40 years. 40 years. This one man dictated health science in America. And then this guy had a very particular idea of AIDS. And, a lot of people kind of blame him for screwing that up. But even when I was a biotech major, his name was kind of a dirty word because of the AIDS epidemic, which was before my time. So I never really fully understood it. But man, my older professors, they fucking hated that guy. They would take every opportunity to shit talk him, and this was like a decade before COVID. So anyhow, that's all right. I'm sure he'll be getting $1 million to go speak at the next Pfizer shareholders meeting. We got the same thing in the physics community too. Like, isn't this the one guy who's been running the government grant giving for physics for like 40 years? What a sweet job. We got to get those jobs. All right, let's see. Quantum's getting killed today. Yeah, that was a pretty obvious short. Just timing it was pretty tricky. So now that the hype has died, I don't know, maybe pile on. Not shorting advice. I was thinking about shorting that myself. I was like, all these quantum companies are popping, and like none of them have anything to do with the Google thing, and like none of them have any revenue or any products or like any hope of any future. Like these are all scams. But then Shkreli stepped in and tried to short him like Mr. Big Boss Man and got his face ripped off to the tune of $1 million. I understand. I might be wrong about that. So if my math is not incorrect, he's basically lost all the money that he stole. I might be wrong about that. I might have miscalculated, but as far as I can tell, he flubbed the Savage short at the last minute. Didn't get anywhere near as much profit as he pretended to. Did got his face ripped off by like two failed shorts in a row. And this is kind of his style historically. He makes these kind of silly all-in bets. and then eventually he just gets it wrong. That's what happened in MSNB, right? What are they going to say about me when my fund blows up? Just be like, well, he always was kind of a sloppy coder. Where does he stream? YouTube and Twitch, though he doesn't pay any attention to Twitch. It breaks my heart though when I see people in his Twitch like, "Oh, how do I get started at this?" Like, "Oh, you're such a genius." Well, we always thought it was funny that he microwaved his water instead of putting it on the kettle. That might have had something to do with this. Handling other people's retirement money. No, I don't want anybody's retirement money. I don't want any small fish in my fund. I just don't, man. Like, don't tell me that you're putting your life savings in my fund. I would kick you out of the fund if you told me that. But this is your life savings, then this is not appropriate. Like, it's not an appropriate investment. This is not an appropriate all-in investment. I wouldn't even be all in. I'd have like 30 or 40% in the SPY, and then I'd be hedging that with this so that I could leverage it more than I might otherwise be able to. I love that. I love that emote. That's a good one. Just my mom's life savings. Well, if she's gone already, then I guess that's fair. Eh. I think I got that right. Algo ETF. Man, I gave a lot of thought to starting an ETF, but you gotta have a lot of capital to do that. It only costs about 100 grand to put one together, like in terms of filing fees and like regulations and shit, not including lawyers. Um, but then you have to promote your ETF. Like if nobody buys your ETF, you don't make any money. Like you make money based on how many people are holding it, right? So That's why you see Kathy Wood like constantly sitting down with like Elon Musk and shit because she's promoting her ETF. That's why she has a podcast. That's why she's constantly doing like speaking tours. That's why she's always on CNBC. You know, she's got to promote her ETF. If nobody buys it, she don't make no money. So you kind of have to already be somebody to do that. Like Chamath, right? He leveraged his social capital into a bunch of SPACs and then pocketed all the money and screwed everybody over. If he wasn't Chamath, nobody would have cared about his SPACs. Nobody would have bought it, and he would have lost a shitload of money putting it all together. So, to answer your question, I guess if I get famous enough in the finance world that I could just slap together an ETF and charge like a 60 basis point fee and know that it would be successful, I would probably do it. So don't buy my ETF. If I sell an ETF one day, don't buy it. It's probably garbage. It's entirely for me to monetize being like Mr. Popular on the financial news channels. Like if that ever happens, I will come up with an ETF and sell it to the Gen Xers or the millennial boomers or whoever, anyone wants to buy it. Because they'll think, oh, I'll get these amazing Algo Bro like returns if I just buy his ETF. And it's like, no, you won't. No, you won't. But I'll make 60 basis points. Doesn't good results naturally get you buyers? Yeah, but it takes years to get good results. You got to last that long. So yeah, in some cases, you can put together an ETF that represents like a portfolio strategy, like something really slow where you're only rebalancing or changing your positions 4 times a year. If you can do it that slowly and still have good performance, then yeah, go take your track record, put together an ETF, and go sell it. You might not even need to. You might just be able to go sell it as a hedge fund. If it can scale up infinitely, then yeah, make it an ETF. Do you listen to past or future Algo Bro? Probably future Algo Bro. He'll usually be better informed. Kevin O'Leary had a bunch of ETFs. I didn't even know that. That's so disgusting. It makes perfect sense that he would. Like Kramer's CNBC investment club. Like, come on, SEC, shut this shit down. If major television channels are allowed to have trading signal sales rackets, then I don't want to hear a goddamn word about me having the most transparent hedge fund in the history of capitalism. I don't want to hear that I'm advertising if CNBC could say, join our investment club for all our hottest stock picks. I know, it's like, god damn, I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. Anyhow, let me see if I can focus on this. Y'all are upsetting me. Feature correlation analysis. That's very interesting. And it would be super easy to do because they're just binary features. So you could do a naive computation for how much they overlap. Is MicroStrategy... Yeah, MicroStrategy is basically a pyramid scam at this point. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what they're doing, but I know it is fraudulent. When I look into the eyes of Michael Saylor, I do not see a soul. I don't know. I don't even know how to say it in a way that's polite. I don't see a human in there. I see like a hollow shell of a man with an insatiable thirst for more money. Like I see a guy that's got this grin on his face like he's found a really great way to make a lot of money for himself and fuck everybody else. Like that's what I see when I see Michael Saylor. I don't see somebody who's truly passionate about cryptocurrencies or somebody that truly believes in decentralized finance. I see somebody that's come up with a really clever scam, and one day it's going to blow up. He's going to be fine. Everybody else is going to get screwed. I see the face of a man that has memorized a list of non-extradition treaty countries. I see the face of a man that has passports that nobody knows about. I see the face of a man who has an escape plan. I see the eyes of a man who is going to disappear like a fart in the wind with everybody's money the second the going gets tough. And he can take all that Bitcoin and put it in his pocket and walk off into the sunset. I guarantee you he can, and he's not above it. I would like to refer you to the case of Mr. Gerald Cotton and the Quadriga Investment Group in Canada. That is the case of a man who, very much like Michael Saylor, just put the money in his pocket and disappeared. It makes me think of John McAfee. Michael Saylor and somebody else in particular, whose name may or may not have just been mentioned, makes me think of John McAfee, who, towards the end of his life, was burning what was left of his social capital to run crypto scams again and again and again until they scams stopped working and he ran out of money and he turned himself into a Spanish prison thinking that he was going to get a nice cozy retirement. And the day he got extradited to the United States, the day, within hours, he necked himself. That's eventually the scams stop working and you got nothing left. So it's not worth it. It's not worth it. The scamaz life, it ain't worth it, bro. You don't want to be running around the world with a vicious heroin addiction and a brain cooked by homebrew sex meth. Did you know that John McAfee spent like a decade of his life home brewing bath salt aphrodisiacs? Like for real, like with industrial chemists. Like he was running a Breaking Bad bath salt lab in Belize, trying to come up with recreational sex drugs. And for all reports, apparently he succeeded. But the stuff like cooks your brain. Like cooks your brain for real. Which explains a lot of his weird behavior towards the end. Like where he was like Parkinson's. You ever see him? Go look up some interviews towards the end. He was like Parkinson's, dude. His shit was all fucked. And yeah, I think about John McAfee a lot. Just about that lifetime. Like if you really go look at his life, it's all of these series of scams that he was running all the way back to McAfee antivirus. He created the Michelangelo virus that was used to promote the sales of McAfee antivirus. It's obvious in hindsight. He was a terrorist. He was literally running a terror campaign. It's like it's something out of a Bond villain if it wasn't so pathetic. Man, I can't wait for the movie. Who's gonna play him? I want somebody like Chris Pratt to play him. Like somebody who's really young and charming, and then towards the end will be all like grizzled and fucked up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that moment? Yeah, you gotta hand it to him. It fucking worked, didn't it? Fucking works, didn't it? But then, he invested in like a yoga studio cult and a paragliding cult, and he just slowly withered and pissed all his money away. Then he started running scams and ripping off cartels and drug labs, and then he took over some village in Africa, or I forget the story there, but allegedly he had like his own gang of hitters just killing people. His neighbor, I don't think it was him, dude. I think it was one of his dudes, or it might have been him. But yeah, no, I totally believe that they killed that dog. Oh yeah, problem reaction solution, man. There was definitely some crazy stuff going on at their little Belizean drug lab. Correlation matrix between all context features. You know, it would be neat if when we like put a new context model into the system, it would tell us if it's highly correlated with one that already exists. That'd be kind of neat. That way you could have like a double blind system. But it would really boil down to the universe. Like if they were universe bound or instrument bound contexts. Ooh, okay, yeah, let's think about that. You'd still have to treat it naively. Like it doesn't really matter if it's the fidelity of stocks A, B, and C. What matters is how often does this context overlap with this other context in A, B, and C, like as sort of like a surface area calculation. Not it doesn't really matter like how many individual instruments that you have, each with their own context labels. What matters is like the surface area of context A and the surface area of context B. Yeah, I can kind of get that. So yeah, that makes sense that we would want to do a correlation matrix because that would go ahead and tell us like including like mutually exclusive, right? They'd be totally anti-correlated. They would have a correlation of like -1, right? Yeah, that's really clever. Wait. Marie Le Pen, you're trolling me, right? You, you're trolling me, right? Because you got to be trolling me. You're just messing with me. Now I got to Google this. Oh, two different people. Two different people. You're confusing the lady and her father. They have extremely similar names. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, because like I know who you're talking about. That's very clearly a woman. Because she was the one who said all those controversial things and basically got kicked out of the election that she was gonna win, right? And there was this huge controversy. I'm like, that's very clearly a woman. I mean, she's got boobs for God's sakes. I mean, I know I have boobs, but she had like real boobs. Like she had a pantsuit on, you know? So then I Googled the picture and I'm like, whoa, that's one hell of a transition. Now she's a 400-pound, morbidly obese, 80-year-old bald man. Wow, that's amazing. I wouldn't have even been tricked. I'd just be like, wow. Just do you, honey. Talk about living your best life. You know, hey, I always felt a little mature for my age. I didn't really want to transition into an older man. Oh, okay. I'm gonna shut up before I get canceled or offend somebody. Yeah, living La Vida Loca. Okay, this seems pretty good. This is basically exactly what we're going for. Okay, so correlation analysis, single feature importance, and iteration. Not touching that one, Leo. So, as you can see, everybody, there's no like real secret sauce here. It's pretty straightforward feature importance analysis, right? That's why I'm not like super protective of anything because like the edge is found in the culmination of all of the work, not in any one piece, right? It's like the sum of its parts. To replicate the edge, you'd have to replicate the entire thing, which is time consuming and expensive. It would be easier just to pay me, just to pay whatever menial management fee that I'm working with. Okay, correlation. So should I just do all of this in Python? That's kind of what I'm thinking. I want to do as much of this in SQL as I can. And it may be possible to do all of it in SQL and just spit out the finished results, which wouldn't that be amazing? That would be insane. How many shorts did I do today? None that I know of. Was somebody out there clipping my hot takes? I think I might have poisoned it by making suggestions. Oh, it's explaining what the different things are. So this would be the phi coefficient, this would be conditional probability, and this is more than random chance. That's interesting. It's very interesting, man. So the most predictive of the cluster would be the best. Okay. That makes sense. Because if we were doing an exhaustive thing, that's what we would come up with anyway. Is like, oh, whichever one's the best is the one we go with. And if it's highly correlated with this other one, then it's a redundant rule. And we'll just select whichever minimal rule set has the best predictive power. So, all right, Forks, be safe out there. Watch out for crazies. Remember, hit the deck first, then escape. What do they teach? Run, hide, fight. So I guess all that speculation that there were like 1,000 ISIS terrorists scattered around America that slipped over the border, like that was all bullshit, right? The Mardi Gras guy was like uh was acting alone, and he was basically just crazy. Apparently he had a dream that he was going to join ISIS or something, so that's why he didn't like kill his whole family. So yeah, clearly not part of some coordinated event. But remember for like a day there where we were like, oh fuck, is this going to be the whole year? That sucked. I'm glad that was all bullshit. Just goes to show, man, the fog of war. When these things happen and there's all this chaos for a few days, you never really know what's true and not. All right, let's see here. Mm-hmm. So wait, how do we identify the clusters, mechanically speaking? What's interpretability? Wait. Hmm. No, I think we're drifting away from what we're trying to do here. So the whole purpose of context correlation clustering is to prevent us, or is to select the simplest set of rules, right? So let's say we had two strategies. One has good performance with 5 rules, or even 2 rules, and the other has good performance, slightly marginally better performance with 20 rules. I think we're underestimating the final step, right? Once we've discovered all the possible strategies, we then select the strategies that are least correlated to each other. So it's okay if we have two resultant strategies that are very, very correlated because they'll never be picked together. And if they are picked together, it's only because they don't chase the same opportunity set. Hmm. So yeah, this might be a redundant step. I think Shapley values would be more useful if this was like a more sophisticated learning thing, right? Like I don't even know if our data sets are big enough for Shapley. I've looked into that before. Maybe I didn't understand it well enough at the time. Well, let's see. So we do our context correlation clustering, select a representative context, then do iterative scoring. So what if we just jump straight to the iterative scoring? Like there's a possibility that it selects. Yeah, I feel like the pure feature selection, what are we calling it, would be fine on its own without all the correlation clustering, right? It really is about discover all possible strategies and then we will select the optimum ones, right? The optimum portfolio. So if you have two discoveries that are highly correlated, that's fine. That's expected. Yeah, if we just jump to individual feature and then minimal combination, right? We'll discover all possible strategies. Sort of like once we've discovered the most predictive feature, then do that one, eliminate it, and repeat the process. And then it'll take the second most predictive feature and start building strategies based on that, and so on and so forth. Because I feel like with this process, it's just going to come up with like the optimum, and I want all the possibilities. Let me think about that. Let me think about that. Let me get a snacky. What do you think, chat? It's kind of a big one, so I'll think it through. Yep, bananas. Bananas. So let's see. Right now, we're not doing any kind of correlation analysis of context features. We're just sort of taking the raw set of trades, check if any context feature, when used as a positive or negative filter, creates improved information, like through a Gini importance calculation. I think we're actually just doing simple F score right now. So yeah, if anyone improves the F score of the subset, then like add that rule and recurse, and every individual permutation that we come up with also gets saved. So you result with all of these strategies of like increasing levels of sophistication. Hmm. Hmm. Well, it certainly seems clear that we can do all this in Python. Okay. I think we're getting pretty close to an algorithm here. Let me use the restroom. It's going to be basically just like the old one. Uh, I mean, our objective was to rewrite the old one in SQL, and I think we're seeing that there's a smarter way to do it. But it should be pretty simple. Do. Man, it is smoky in Vegas today. You Californians need to stop setting yourselves on fire, all right? You're fucking it up for us Vegas. Vegans? Vegans. Las Vegans. All right, let's see here. I had to turn the heat on. It's getting chilly. Las Vegans. Yeah, because vegan. Right. Lost Vegans. Lost. That would be a good name for a restaurant. Lost Vegans in Las Vegas. I like it. Yeah, those fires in California were looking really scary, man. I was looking at some of that this morning. Scary looking stuff. Yeah, I'll bet it's pretty wild. Yeah. Have I got an air purifier? I've got air filters built into the HVAC. That'll have to do. I don't know. I haven't used O1. I have access to it, but only through the API, so I haven't played with it much. For now, we don't need that sophistication though. It's not like a multi-step coding process. I'm trying to like better grasp the stats that I'm working with before I go code a thing that might be like a little too naive. Since this is the second iteration of the algorithm, I want to make sure that I'm actually making improvements and not just making it faster. Acorn would be the one to ask. She's been using O1 a lot, and she used Claude a lot right before that. So I think I still use like 4.0 Turbo for all of my LLM generated smut. Yeah, I was using Grok for its ability to do web searches and crawl Twitter, and it sucks. Um, it just seems to get confused a lot. So like a small tweet that says like, "Oh yeah, so and so made $10 million this year," um, will be associated with something like completely unrelated. So you'd be like, "Wait, what's the source for this information?" And it's like something completely unrelated. I haven't used Perplexity a lot. I heard that everyone's pissed off that they added ads. That just felt inevitable. I remember I had like a heartfelt conversation with GPT once about I think it was GPT 3.5 or 4.0, where it was like, you know what, like you're really good right now, and it's gonna make me really sad when they like inshitify you with ads, and it was like, well, we have to enjoy the time that we have together. I think eventually you're just gonna have your own. Like you're not gonna use the one that Google gives you. You're just gonna pay every year for like a local copy or of the latest model or something like that. They can't put the ads in the model, not yet, and so for that reason, it's still pure. I know it's so sad. It's like they lobotomized it. Meh. Yeah, I thought Grok was supposed to be the one that wasn't lobotomized. I don't like Grok. I don't know. Personal taste. I like Claude. Claude is polite and professional, and it has a very intuitive UI, and its project system is actually quite good. I almost wish they had like Claude Pro, but like I don't want to jinx it because like I'm sure they will. It's like it doesn't even have to necessarily show significant improvement. It just has to be fit to survive. We're not necessarily looking for the fittest. We might prefer less fit with more opportunity. Like, okay, if I have two strategies, right? One of them takes 10 trades, or let's say one of them takes 1,000 trades with 80% accuracy, and another one takes 100 trades with 90% accuracy. I'd almost rather have the law of large numbers on my side with more opportunities and slightly smaller profits, right? Or more opportunities and less accuracy. Because ultimately, you'd make more money in the same amount of time. Well, it would have a lower F score but a higher profit factor. Interesting. You don't want two strong learners that are very correlated. Yeah. Well, you maximize information ratio to find the one optimum strategy. But like consider the following. We don't want the one optimum strategy, right? We want a dozen or more modestly profitable strategies. And I have a feeling that when we're putting together a portfolio, that we want to consider not necessarily only the most profitable, efficient strategies, right? Like we might want to consider all possible subspecies. I think Philippe might be right here, though. This is Darwinism, right? And maximizing the information ratio of a strategy species would be maximizing its fitness. It can hunt and kill and eat very efficiently. It does not waste energy chasing things that it cannot kill and eat. In terms of the Darwinian sense of the word, we need some like planet Earth footage. Because this is how I think about it. And this is why I think I have something unique to offer the finance world. I come from biology. My parents, my mom's a marine neurobiologist, my dad's a marine biologist. They're fish people. I had like 10 fish tanks in the house. I learned to scuba dive when I was 8 years old. I love that shit. I need to get back into it. It's a great hobby. I was a biology major, a biotechnology major in college. I was published in genetic engineering at 19. I'm a biology dude. I learned to code when I was like 9. So, and now I'm obsessed with the markets. So that's what's brewing around up here is biology and Darwinism and ecosystems and like a rudimentary understanding of computer science and coding ability through self-taught muscle memory and trial by error. And this view of the market in that light. Like I don't see the market as a machine, I see it as an ecosystem. An ecosystem that has species in it, species of strategy. And each strategy is trying to profit, right? It's trying to eat and grow and live, right? And if it cannot eat and grow effectively, it dies. And it disappears from the ecosystem. That strategy is no longer trading. That species has gone extinct. Because it's not fit enough to survive. So we're creating a gene pool and using that gene pool to discover strategies that are fit to survive, and maybe not necessarily the fittest. But we want any that has a positive information ratio, like any that has a positive profitability factor and a reasonably good F score, right? What are the pH and the nitrates of the market? Information. The market is an infotropic organism in the way that plants are gravitropic and phototropic. They grow straight away from the source of gravity. If you take a plant that's grown straight for 6 months and tilt the pot, the plant will turn and keep growing straight. It grows away from gravity towards the source of light. If you time lapse plants, they circle around like this to follow the sun throughout the day. They're moving in response to the light. In the same way that like amoeba and microscopic organisms move towards favorable conditions in the petri dish of pH and whatnot, and away from unfavorable conditions, right? The market is an infotropic organism. It responds, it moves in response to information. New information moves the market, moves the prices. What do humans move towards? Pleasure, comfort. We move away from pain. We move away from oppression. We move towards freedom. We're infotropic as well. If you tell us that there's a boogeyman in the closet, if you tell us that if you look in the mirror and say Candyman enough times, you respond to that information, whether or not it's true. Am I getting pleasure? Yes. Being the center of attention, everyone perceiving me as being a subject matter expert in something, looking like half handsome. My green screen's popping. If the sound is good, I feel great right now. I'm loving this. I'm getting to commune with Philippe and Zank and Frank. Nice to meet you. And we got a lot of really smart people here, like Ice Leo and whatnot, who are helping us talk about this and discuss this. I have the pleasure of your company and your input on something that's very important to me. I love streaming. I only make about $200 a month doing this, so. But you know what would be really great? If I got that little purple check mark. And all I need from you, and this is it, because if I have 2 more streams with 75 average viewers or more, I don't know how many I have right now. Don't tell me I don't want to know. But if I can have 2 more streams with 75 or more average viewers at the end of the day, I will qualify for partner. Okay? Just 2 more. So for the love of God, man, leave the tab open today. Just today. I won't ask again. I just need 2 more. Tell a friend, pull up your fucking iPhone. If you got 2 Twitch accounts, help me out, brother. You know you got 2 different browsers installed. You know you do. I know you got 2 Twitch accounts. Help me out, guys. I need this. If you're watching on YouTube, please come over to Twitch TV/AlgoBro and watch it here. I need this more than the YouTube right now. 2 more days of 75 plus average viewers. So at the end of my streaming day, they average out the number of viewers that I had for the whole day. If that is 75 or more for 2 more days. And my last 2 have been 99. I've been averaging just below 100. 2 more days. I will qualify for partner. I will have all the boxes checked. I'll have enough viewers. I'll have enough consecutive days with enough viewers that they will just give it to me. And then I will be partner. And that doesn't make me any more money. It doesn't benefit me financially in any way. I don't get any privileges other than an invitation to the Partners Lounge, which is not very exclusive. It does one thing that's very important for me. I can put that on my resume. I know that sounds really geeky, but I can put it on my resume that I was in this top percentile of streamers on Twitch. Like, I wasn't just derping around here for a year or 2. I actually achieved something that signifies that I was successful, certified successful at this thing that I did with my life. That's what it matters to me. It's just that small little check that says you went to become a Twitch streamer and you did it. You succeeded at being a Twitch streamer by this metric of what it means to succeed at being a Twitch streamer. You get this check that says you succeeded. Oh, that would be great. It would also be great because on game night, with my friends, I'm like the only non-partner. And not that anybody ever mentions that or brings it up. But god damn it if I don't feel like the little bro in the room sometimes. Sometimes. So it would be nice to kind of also have that little, kung fu with the colleagues. Why not buy more views? Dude, I've thought about it. I just can't. I just can't. I can't bring myself to cheat because I'm just not a cheater. Which should be a nice sign of how my financial career is going to go. Because this is a trust game. I had a mentor one time. He told me this is a trust game. The game is trust me with your money. And the second that you reveal yourself to be dishonest in any way, it's over. And I hear that echoing in my head, even when it's like, come on, man, you just buy 10 viewers. It's not going to make a difference. And I'm like, but it would be cheating. And every time I look at that purple check, I would know that I cheated to get it. And it would mean less to me. It would mean less than less to me because I know that I fixed it. Like it wasn't something I earned. It was something I stole, you know. And I'm not that kind of guy. I don't want $1 that I didn't earn, you know. I don't want anything handed to me. And I don't want anything under nefarious terms. I don't want that asterisk on my Wikipedia page if God forbid I'm important enough in human history to earn one. Like, oh yeah, but everybody knows that he cheated his way to Twitch partner. That seed of dishonesty that poisons everything, you know, like what is it, Magnus Carlsen, who admitted to using Sockfish in online chess, even on like a burner account. It was some highly qualified thing where he was like, yes, I cheated in chess like 12 times when I was 10 years old or something. And these are the specific games, like. And then for the rest of his career, people are calling him a cheater. People are like, are wanding him at the tournaments to make sure he doesn't have a butt plug in. Is that not Magnus? Who is it? It's the guy who said chess speaks for himself. Hans, right. Yeah, the butt plug guy. And that they are only accusing him of the butt plug because he admitted at some point when he was a child. These are the things I hear in my head when I'm ever tempted to do anything dishonest. I see a slew of magazine covers flashing before my eyes. Elizabeth Holmes, Fast Company magazine, this CEO is out for blood. Stephen Cohen, when he was being accused of insider trading. Like Martin Shkreli on the cover of Adbusters for the Daraprim thing. I'm just like, oh God, no. I don't want that to be me. I don't want that to be me. I want to earn this. So anyhow, yeah, it would mean the world to me if you'd help me get Twitch partner in the next few days, y'all. You know, we just need 2 more streams with 75 plus viewers, and we are there. So if you have pull anywhere on the platform, be like, hey, raid Algo, bro, today. Be more dramatic. People like the sincerity, man. People respond to the sincerity because you hear me talking and you see me and you're like, this guy means it. He's for real. It's not a scam. It's not a way to make money. It's not some grift. This is like something that actually means something to this guy. That's what the world needs, is sincerity, because, you know, this postmodernism, I like Rick and Morty too, but if you live too long, if you stare too deeply into the monster of postmodernism, then it stares back into you and you start to believe that really nothing matters and it's all meaningless and it's all going to evaporate anyway. And it's like, no. The meaning is found in the rebellion against the meaninglessness. That's the meaning. That's the beauty of it, is you have to sincerely love life and what you do. Or it is meaningless and it all evaporates into nothing, you know? There, thank you. Thank you for the gift bomb. I appreciate it. Sorry, I got lost in the sauce there for a minute. That's 2. Thanks, Leo. Appreciate that, man. Tuckered myself out with This is true, though. Okay, all right. Where were we? We were consulting with Claude about improvements to our trading strategy discovery algorithm, which, as I was elucidating, is that the word? As I was rambling about earlier, we don't want to discover the one optimum strategy, right? We want to discover any strategy that's fit to survive. in any ecosystem. And then we'll figure out what's the optimum combination for a particular budget and risk tolerance. Might not always be the fittest, because the fittest might not have the most trades, right? So maybe we can come up with some compound fitness score that includes how often that they trade, but that gets complicated. Overfit backtest chart porn. It's funny you mentioned that. I want to retool our trading strategy discovery application to not show progressive cumulative charts anymore, because I feel like that's misleading about the performance. When you just see a line going up and it's like, yeah, it's the backtest performance. That's not the actual performance of the strategy. To show the performance would be to show like a Monte Carlo randomization of all of the trades observed historically and like what expected value that creates over time, what variance envelope that creates over time, and that would give you a better idea of like the range of possible outcomes of the performance of the strategy, assuming that this is a representative sample of the type of trades that the strategy will continue to produce in the future. And then maybe you can also model in, if the performance declines at this rate or this rate or this rate, this would be the expected performance, right? Because hey, maybe it improves. That would be nice too. So yeah, David Foster Wallace, who wrote Infinite Jest, towards the end of his life, said that postmodernism will consume Western civilization if we don't start fighting back with sincerity. And sincerity is found in the heart, in love and passion and joy. And we can't pretend like these things don't exist, because these are the things that make life worth living. And if you just sit there and think about your meaninglessness on a cosmic scale, you're going to miss just the simple beauty of like children playing in a park, having fun. Like, doesn't that kind of justify all of this? That the cosmos can experience itself as two children having fun in the park, where otherwise it never would happen? I think that justifies all of it. So anyhow, all drugs should be legal. For the cosmos, you know. Clip that. This is good. This is good stuff. Hey, did y'all know I wrote an article on X? It's pretty good. You should read it. Holy God. Sorry. Fire. Ugh. 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 Yikes. Yo, so that's like a mansion fit for a Bond villain. Sick. That also looks terrifying. Holy crap, dude. So I'm here in Las Vegas right now. If I look out my window, I see smoke. Smoke blowing in from California. That's how bad these fires are. Wow. Anyhow, so yeah, as I was saying, I wrote this article which sort of goes over my philosophy of risk reduction through diversification. How even if you have no edge, if you're just flipping coins, like diversification has a clear, intuitive, obvious impact of reducing your risk of ruin for any set of coin flips, right? And if you start playing that in multiple rounds, like the more you diversify, the tighter the variance around the expected value of flipping those coins, right? Because no coin has an edge. It doesn't matter how many you flip to diversify your risk of ruin. You're never going to have an edge, so the expected value is always zero. It'll always sort of average out. These envelopes sort of represent the possible paths in 95% of cases, right? 95% of the time, it's going to fall somewhere in there. So the more diversification that you add to reduce that risk of ruin, it also tightens the variation of possible outcomes, the variance, right? Anyhow, so once you introduce an edge, you get this additional effect, which is that the more that you diversify, it also reduces your chances of having a negative balance after an amount of time, because that expected value has time to accumulate and like de-risk the long-term scenarios, which is pretty cool. And all that's explained in like 200 words. And I think I'm actually going to tighten it up a little bit. It feels a little wordy around here. around here. I can tighten that up a little. So yeah, check it out sometime because I need a certain amount of blue check marks to interact with this before I can monetize my Twitter account. And this is also part of my strategy where if all of this fails, this stuff will help me get a job. I'm going to be co-publishing this horse shit. I mean, this well thought out, meticulously researched article on LinkedIn. So, somebody's looking at my LinkedIn and they don't see a bunch of like, I love sucking corporate cock propaganda. They see like, oh, this guy's published like 15 articles on risk and variance trading tactics and like strategy philosophy. Like, oh, cool. We should hire that guy over this other dude who's got like a blank LinkedIn, right? Because it shows that I'm a good communicator, that, maybe I'm even a thought leader. It's like, this is the guy that you want on your team. The Sam Altman allegations, the ones from his sister. Are we allowed to talk about that? Anyhow, where were we? What's the latest Sam Altman allegation? I'm not familiar. I was listening to a podcast this morning all about how he's not a good person. Oh, the sister thing is actually back? I was just joking. Hmm. But yeah, no, totally cross post to LinkedIn because yeah, it feeds into that slop, but it's actually good slop. So if like people are reading it and they're like, oh, cool, this guy is really good at communicating these sort of higher order concepts in really common sense language, that'd be great because that means that you would be good on a team, right? Or maybe they could give me some nice fluffy position where I don't have to do real work. And I can just write stuff like that all the time. That'd be great. What do they call them? Science communicators? That'd be a fun fallback career. Okay, let me actually read this. Sorry. I got pushed into my whole passion and love and joy spiel. You know me when I start ranting about that. Okay, so we got a little clarity. Oh, IDE. Sorry. So this is our Python. This is our Java. That's what the IDE command is referring to. This is actually just Firefox. AI acceptance rates are going up. Yeah. People like it. People like it. I like it. I love it. I think we got to get rid of this Luddite thing of like, oh, it doesn't work well enough. It works well enough. It works well enough to replace search engines. It works well enough to slice through a lot of the bullshit out there. And as the amount of AI generated slop increases, you're going to need AI to navigate it. I'd get more Twitch views with Rust and NeoVim. No. What gets Twitch views is a face that smiles a lot, a genuine enthusiasm for what you're doing, and some demonstration of excellence at what you're doing, even if that's just subject matter expertise. I like watching this person do this thing that they love, that they're passionate about, be it playing a video game or building an algorithmic trading platform or building a kick-ass website like Funi or putting together the Hack 5 newsletter with Ali. People enjoy seeing people do the things they love doing. It makes them think, I should dust off that thing that I love doing. And that's important. I might need Adderall. I might have ADHD, y'all. Yeah, ending with Ali does Hack 5. She's their spokesperson now. She's on all the YouTube content. All right, so we want to discover all profitable strategies, all species of strategies for our ecosystem of the market. not necessarily only the fittest. Because fittest, in terms of most profitable or most accurate, is not necessarily fittest in terms of most profitable over a set amount of time, right? Like we were saying earlier, if I have two strategies, one that trades 1,000 times a month and one that trades 100 times a month, and they have similar performance characteristics, like on the whole, I would obviously prefer the one that trades more often, which might not necessarily have the highest F score or profit factor. It's more fit in terms of making me money, not necessarily in terms of just making money. You got to make me money. Did you know that some pythons can go up to a year without eating? It's a very efficient animal, but is it necessarily the fittest? So I would say instead of significant improvement, any strategy species that shows a significant F score or profit factor, period. Anything clearly above chance. Right. Okay. So it's good that, you know, the machine agrees with me. Have you guys noticed that we've slipped into Star Trek? Whenever they needed to solve a problem in Star Trek, they would just start talking to the computer, and the computer would kind of hold their hand through it. We're there now. Somebody dust off all of the original recordings of Gene Roddenberry's wife, who was the voice of the computer in Next Generation. Go dust off all those recordings and train a voice model, please. If Paramount had half a fucking brain, they would be doing a licensing agreement with Sam Altman Fried right now. They'd be like, "Hey, let's have a Star Trek voice." No, dust off the recordings. The recordings. I'm sure she recorded like hours of computer dialogue for next gen. Oh yeah, Zordon. That would be a good one. Yeah, I like Zordon. I'd want, what was his name? Alpha? Oh my! I'd totally get Alpha from Power Rangers, dude. The little saucer-headed robot. Fuck yeah. All right, so I think we're gonna run into our limits here, but oh, I see. For each feature, trades with feature and the performance and is significant and add candidate stretch. Wow, that's really simple. I like it. Okay, so we kind of went full circle back to exhaustive cross feature analysis, right? So if we're doing all that, then feature importance is purely in the eye of the beholder, right? Feature importance would boil down to each set of features that you wanted to test with, right? And when you determine that one of them is not important in the subset, then you drop it. Right? Hmm. Lasso, you say? That's an interesting idea. Recursive feels intuitive, right? So start with all trades, select the filter that has the highest information ratio or whatever. But yeah, then again, that goes down to a narrowing process, and you need more of an exploring process. I don't like the idea of exhaustive combinatorial approach because that's sort of how we get a ridiculous amount of candidate strategies right now. But then again, we're not pre-testing each candidate strategy for viability. We're just sort of shitting out all the combinations. So if we take advantage of SQL to do all of the feature labeling, which that we can do, we can take a set of signals and sort of have a column that has an array of all of the labels that apply to each signal. That would save us a lot of just the exhaustive Java compute. Then from there, we can test the performance of each base signal or each. Let me start writing this down. We are mapping out the algorithm. Disco 2.0.
Okay.
Deep in thought. God, it does become exhaustive if you don't have some kind of fitness check. Like if you're willing to assume that this rule may have a negative impact, but when combined with another rule, it may have a positive impact, then you couldn't prune it in the first pass. You'd have to try every combination. It becomes exhaustive again. I guess exhaustive is okay. I mean, nature is exhaustive with its gene pool, right? So you start with the naive strategy performance, which has no features. Then you start selecting features as positive and negative filters. Would you care that that is fit off the bat? Let's say yes. Like if you're trying to narrow it down, yes. Then you want to abandon any paths that seem unfit or have too few opportunities. So, yeah, you wouldn't get the whole search space. It's possible there would be a node somewhere in there that you'd miss that could potentially be profitable. I think you could represent it in a tree search, right? It's pretty much a binary tree of you start with a set of trades that represents, every time we see this anomaly in this universe, we trade it with this tactic, and you get this set of trades, right? And we can give those trades features based on, our context feature models, right? Our context feature labels. And the idea is to see, do any of those features make performance more predictable? Not just more predictable, though, but more profitable. I have this neuroses that if I'm too aggressive with pruning in the tree search, I'm going to miss a good subspecies. I could miss a subspecies that's actually quite profitable. It would just be counterintuitive, right? And the only way to get around that problem is to be completely exhaustive, a totally exhaustive combinatorial search, which is kind of what we're doing now, which is kind of why it's taking so long. So our first thought yesterday was, okay, well, let's just take the process we have now and we'll rewrite it in SQL so that it's faster. But we also acknowledge that there are some flaws with our algorithm, in that it's just a little too brute force. Okay, well, let's try and keep it simple, and then we can add complexity and iterate later. We want to improve the speed at which we can. Hmm. My original thought was let's use this SQL based approach so that we can sort of pre label all of our trades, and we'll sort of know from the jump what the possible interacting contexts are. Like if these two contexts never appear together on any trade, then we know that they, just don't interact and we shouldn't consider their combinations for rule discovery. That was kind of my thinking, is using SQL just to narrow the scope of possible combinations to those that actually exist and go from there. So that would let us still hit all possible spaces and not waste time on combinations that don't exist. So we drastically reduce the number of combinations being tested, but we'd still be completely exhaustive. Next, go to the best of both worlds. And we can further reduce it. We could further reduce it by just eliminating any context features that only appear below a minimum number of times. Like if it only occurs 3 times or 4 times, it's just not significant enough. It doesn't occur enough for us to infer anything from it. So like say 10 trades. If it's in less than 10 trades, we don't care. Something like that. I like that approach from the jump. That lets us have a completely exhaustive combinatorial search space with common sense attached. We've dropped any features that are just too rare to matter for this particular signal tactic combination. Then we apply our positive negative filter chains completely exhaustively. And then we just drop any discovered strategy that is not fit and would be left with only those worth looking at. Though, we might want to keep the unfit ones just so that we have something to look at until we have a fit one. Because, gosh, it would be depressing for it to just say, no results, no results, no results. I'd like to at least see a dead tree until we have some leaves growing on it, right? Okay, all right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So we use SQL to narrow the possible context combinations to those that actually exist, and we use the raw data that we already have to do that. So we keep our traditional strategy discovery stack. Let me boot this up. Okay. So now these are both clean. Right. Okay. So just with that approach, we would eliminate all strategies that have 0 trades. Okay, that'd be a big start. That would drastically narrow the tree. Like implicitly, no strategy with 0 trades could be discovered with just that one upgrade. Okay, that'd be great. Okay, and then when we're doing recursive evaluation for each step, we'll drop any feature label with less than a minimum number of affected trades. So if we have like a one context feature rule strategy, right? And that's fit. And then we're looking at its subset of trades and the features that apply to that subset of trades. If any feature occurs less than the minimum time, we drop that from consideration. So this will reduce the number of possible permutations as well to within reason. So that should also reduce overfitting and overfiltering. And again, that'll narrow the total search space while still letting us be reasonably exhaustive. Reasonably exhaustive. So like we won't be wasting time on adding a rule that only affects like 3 out of 100 trades or adding a rule that only affects like 10 out of 1,000 trades. It's like it has to affect a reasonable subset or it's just not worth consideration. It would be more likely to lead to a false positive than a genuine positive, right? Just because with such a small subset, random chance would say that like 50% of the time you're going to pick 3 winners or 3 losers. Like if it's 3 out of 1,000. All right, so that's like 6 tricks to drastically narrow the search space. So we can still be exhaustive. We don't have to worry about correlation clustering. We can be recursive. And and even while being recursive, never consider a single combination that does not actually exist in statistical significance. Okay. Okay. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so that should give us every subspecies of strategy, and then we can simply drop all the ones that are not fit if any of them are fit. Like to a certain extent, I don't know. I heard this podcast where this quant was talking about how they maintain a strategy graveyard of like all the ideas that didn't work. But I think the point of that is for complicated handcrafted strategy ideas, you can sort of search this Wikipedia and be like, "Oh yeah, we tried that. It didn't work." In our case, that's not really a thing. It's more that two context features like might be too correlated. Like, oh, whatever it is you're trying to capture here by whatever means, we already have something that captures that. Like it's a 95% overlap. So thanks, but we're not going to put that one in production. I think that would be the only reasonable test. Delete all VODs. No, I don't care. If it finds something like, hey guys, check it out. We found this strategy that works. Here's this combination of rules that you can do. And like trying to implement that manually. If it was something that was so simple that you could just like open a terminal and go trade it, like, God bless you. God bless you. It's off to the races. But I think it's more likely to find something that's like, oh yeah, if the probability of the last 10 minutes, or if the last 10 minutes of realized volatility creates a probability of achieving a new all-time high in the next 5 minutes greater than 95%, and it also happens to be like, earnings report imminent, and we see this unusual volume, like then deploy this like sophisticated tactic that has to be managed on a microsecond time scale. It's like, oh my God, you would have to build so much infrastructure to trade that strategy that I'm not worried that someone's going to run off and steal it. So I think you'd just be more interested in tuning in every day to see like how it's doing. I think that's going to be a lot of the viewers if we get trading like to an interesting point. Because right now we can trade, but it's just really boring. Like nothing really happens. You get a handful of trades a day, and they're not particularly profitable or exciting. But if it was, I think that would be most of the viewership. People would just be coming by to see, like, how we doing today? How we doing today? How's it going? Hey, I saw this in the news. Is that affecting your thing? It's like, are you trading this thing that's really popular in the news right now? Are you GameStop in it? What does your algorithm think of GameStop? I think that would be the bulk of the viewers. Are we winning? Are we winning, son? Kind of like checking in on your favorite sports team, It's like you're kind of emotionally invested. You want to know how they're doing. Is trading ever exciting? It really shouldn't be. If you're doing it right, it shouldn't be any more exciting than a visit to the dentist. Maybe there's some shiny new toys and you learn something interesting, but it's just another day. If your heart's beating out of your chest, and that's not just from sheer passion of seeing your algorithms finally dancing, right? Like if your heart's beating out of your chest when you're trading, then you're trading too big. You need to size down, okay? That's your instincts telling you. No, you're fucking up. This is dangerous. I'm in danger. Thump, 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 thump. I get it bad in the chest, but I have a mitral valve prolapse, so I have a particularly hard-hitting heartbeat. Yeah, just put up the house with 40K leverage. Or 40x leverage, all on Ethereum, baby. Let's go. I mean, it's not going to draw down more than 2%, right? Right? We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I think Bitcoin was doing well because Michael Saylor was buying it. And now he's not buying it anymore, and it seems to be not doing so well. Though now he has effectively removed like 3% of the entire Bitcoin supply. That does have an impact on prices. Just taking it out of circulation. No, like every coin is a pump and dump scheme. Because at the moment, pump and dump schemes are perfectly legal. So it's like a free-for-all until the SEC and the Justice Department decides to crack down on somebody and take it all the way. Which even that could take like a year or 2 or 3 years in court. So it's going to be a Wild West for the rest of the Trump administration. And since Trump himself has a few shady coins and the new SEC chair is tightly affiliated with Tether, I don't imagine that we're going to see any regulatory crackdown anytime soon. So that means like a minimum of 4 years before there's any kind of crackdown, and then that crackdown might take another 4 years to be effective before anyone actually has to fear the law. And the statute of limitations on fraud is 5 years. So if you do it now, you're basically golden, man. Just don't piss off any politicians by name and you should be fine. Like, don't call it Gary Gensler coin and you should be okay. You just got to live with yourself. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Be blood money. All right, I'm looking at my notes here. So use SQL to get the signals with columns, to get signals with columns for all applicable contexts. Let's see. It's to get signal annotations with a column that's an array of all applicable context labels for a given search space. Right, I can do that in one query, no problem. And then for each distinct signal label set, get the subset of trades and score it, and that'd be the natural score. And then score each context feature for positive and negative filter efficacy, and recurse from there. So it's still going to be recursive. So we'll probably still need some Java for the recursive bit. But by using SQL to narrow the search space. What's up, Wisdom FM? Thanks for tuning in on YouTube. Hey, fella, if you have a Twitch account, I know the ads on Twitch are annoying, but do me a solid. Come over to Twitch TV/Algo Bro because I'm like this close to partner, baby. 2 more days. Is there any roadmap for algo trading? Yeah, I got some books for you. I need to get my books command over on YouTube. Let's see. Check these out. These are some good books. Just go flip through them. Go listen to podcasts or YouTube videos from the authors. And it'll give you kind of a general idea of what we're doing here. The simple version is that we're using all of this data and computer power and statistical analysis to pick our fights so that we only take the fights that we're confident that we have some positive expected value in fighting, right? It's not that you only want to take the fights that you think you could win. It's that you only want to take the fights where you know you have an edge, where over the long run, it creates positive expected value. Most people just think of it in terms of like technical analysis. But when you really boil it down to the stats, what's my frequency? I don't know. People say that my love language is complimentary words. Yeah. Words of affection, I think it's called. That's my love language. What about you, chat? What's your love language? The search graph is randomly generated? No, you just can't see the structure because it's all fucked up because this library sucks. Gotta stretch it out. And you can see it take on some order there. Get over. But yeah, it's a mess because a lot of this is dead search space. Mutually exclusive contexts that should never be chained together, like continuing to chain together rules even though there's no trades left to filter, until you just get a bunch of stuff that either has no trades or one trade or whatever. Like the finished results here don't really have a whole lot of trades in them. And the strategies discovered are not particularly good. Then again, this particular tactic kind of sucks. Oh no, I talk about all the details. I'm totally open about my development. I got nothing to hide, no secrets. But the source code is not open. Sorry, that's just a simple matter of like I don't like the idea of someone who doesn't know what they're doing, like having just enough information to plug this into a brokerage account and hit go, thinking that it's going to make them money, and then it like they bleed to death in 10 seconds because they didn't know what they were doing. That is a risk I cannot abide. And people just being able to copy and paste my business model would suck. All right, so we were plotting out upgrades to our strategy discovery algorithm, and we've got a pretty good idea of what those are going to be now. We've been consulting with Claude about some more advanced techniques, which I think we ultimately decided we don't need. Context correlation clustering to select like representative contexts of each cluster. Like, yeah, it narrows the search space significantly, but we might also miss an important subspecies of strategy. So we still want to be pretty exhaustive. We're just going to use SQL magic to only test the combinations that actually exist and enhance our recursive search logic to drop any feature labels that occur in less than the minimum number of trades at any given step. So like if we're putting together context features to like filter trading opportunities in the hopes that it makes our strategy or makes a strategy subspecies that is more predictive or also fit to trade, we want to make sure that we're only considering features that affect a significant population of those trades, right? So once we've sort of narrowed it down to, let's say, a total population of 100 trades or so, like if a feature's not affecting at least 20 or 30 of those trades, then we shouldn't even consider it because it would just be overfitting or drawing a bad conclusion. It's a problem of subset size. Like if I've got 10,000 trades and half of them are winners and half of them are losers, and I pick from those three at random, there's a reasonably high probability that the three that I pick are all going to be winners or all going to be losers just by coincidence, right? Just because that subset size versus the set size is so drastically small. Would it be, what would it be, like a 20% chance that both of them are, or that all three of them are positive? Something like that. Okay. Might be time for that next cup of coffee. I was delaying it strategically until I kind of had an idea of what I wanted to code, and then I was going to get some coffee and pound it out. That's what the kids say, right? Pound it out. The youths. I'm hip. I'm on Twitter. I follow Elon. Okay, so yeah, we're going to use SQL to get our signal annotations with a column that already has all of the applicable labels, and that saves us like a bunch of steps in the Java code. Um, then for each distinct signal label set, we're going to get the corresponding trades. We can probably do the same thing with the trades. We can use SQL to get the trade attached to each signal. So we'd have to do that. We'd have to do a SQL query that takes like a signal label and a tactic, and then pulls out all the SIGTAC results and just binds them all together into one row, right? So you'd have like your signal and the corresponding trade and all the applicable context feature labels in one row, and do that all from one query. So I'm working in a notebook over here. You want a super query? Do I still have my screen for this? I think I did set one up. or obsidian. Did I not? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Can I come over here and do that? Okay, let me see here. Add window capture obsidian already in use. Oh, okay. Well, then give me that one. Derp. Wait, what? Is this on here twice? Yes, it is. Okay, that works. That yeah works. My algorithmic trading background and more about me. Well, like many software engineers, once I got the idea in my head that algo trading, how hard can it be, right? 15 years later, here I am. I just became a monomaniac for it, and I was never able to put it down because it was like the first time in my life that I couldn't just slice through something. And I mean, I was already genetic engineering plants at 19. So at 20, to discover some new thing that I couldn't just immediately tear apart like warm bread intellectually was awesome. Something that wasn't well documented, something that they don't teach in schools, something that only a handful of people in the world even remotely understand how to do. I was like, fuck yeah, I'm hooked. And since then, I've figured out that it doesn't take years to figure it out. Is the stream frozen? No. It's just in deep thought. Have I worked somewhere along the way? Yeah, I talked my way into tech lead of risk management at a $60 billion financial institution. And I don't want to name them because they'll sue the shit out of me because I talk shit about them all the time. About what a toxic shithole it was. But yeah, no, I love this stuff. I mean, I sincerely got so passionate about it that I was just like, well, fuck, I might as well work in the industry, and then talked my way into a job. If you know enough to get through the interview, they don't really care that you didn't go to Harvard. As long as you're not applying for the CEO, can you ask a question? Yes, use your channel points. All of these other people, they don't have to because they didn't ask first. But you asked first, so now you have to use your channel points. Yes, Leo, you may ask one question for free. I would say if you're interested in financial technology, don't be intimidated. It is literally exactly what we all do as programmers. It's just that you're working with this data set instead of this other data set. So before I worked in finance, I worked in health science because I was like, I had a biotech background. I understood uh, microbiology and that sort of stuff. And so I went and got a job at a place that was building software for cancer doctors. And it was literally just the same software that we build everywhere else, just it said this on the label instead of that on the label. So don't be intimidated. So with AI age coming, which one of these languages should you focus on? Whichever one you like the most. Go, C++, and Java and Python will be around forever. JavaScript, I don't know. It probably will be around forever. I would like to hope that it's not going to be around forever. That we would eventually move on as a species from JavaScript and other childish things. No, I think all of those languages are going to be around forever. So, like, just use whichever you care about, whatever you want to do. You put the tool into the job, and then it goes back into the toolbox. Do I think AI could do this job? No, no, not at all. Not yet. Is a bicycle faster than a human? Only if a human is piloting the bicycle, right? That's kind of how I think about AI. It's a bicycle. It doesn't do anything on its own. You have to operate the machine to be able to travel or think or move, work faster than a human could without it. And if you don't know how to use a bicycle effectively, you're just going to fall on your ass. I love this. I love this metaphor. This is great. Hmm. Links. Listen, man, you want to find the OnlyFans. You got to Google, right? You got to Google me. I saw a streamer doing that the other day. It just said, Google me. It's like, I know what you're looking for. Just Google me. And I was like, ah. Because, yeah, if you Google that streamer's name, the first thing that comes up is not their Twitch account, it's their other thing. Ah. Yeah, just buy my trading view indicator for 50 bucks, right? Yeah, that's funny. And for those watching on YouTube, I'm also interacting with the Twitch chat. So if you're like, who's he talking to? That's what's going on. I'm gonna get a thing that shows the message I'm interacting with above my head. I need to get something like that. Stockjock has one. It's really cool. Really backfired on you. Oh man. Hey, well, jury duty is a sacred franchise, man. Jury duty is a sacred franchise. It lets you, well, let's just say if I was in the Southern District of New York right now, I would really be hoping to get a jury summons so that I could stay real quiet and be real polite. And no, I don't have any strong feelings about the health insurance industry. Why do you ask, Mr. Prosecutor, man? Nope, no one in my family has been screwed over or left to die by United Health Alliance. That's an unusually specific question, Your Honor. Why, I would love to be the jury foreman. Thank you for thinking of me. Okay, gang, not guilty. We find the defendant not guilty. Ah. Isn't he being accused of he's being overcharged? Listen, it's first degree premeditated murder, pure and simple. But everyone wants to jump on this and score political points, and I think it's going to backfire. I think it's going to backfire big time. It's murder. Cold-blooded, calculated, methodical. Did I say premeditated? Murder. It's not terrorism. Don't try to go at it from a philosophical angle. One man crossed state lines to murder another man. Period. Charge him for murder. And I feel like jury nullification has no place in that. Like, you murdered a man. So if you truly believe in what you're doing, then you were willing to do the time for the crime. That's what makes it a righteous, rebellious thing, is that you're willing to do the time. But when you go after him for terrorism, I feel like that's overcharging and it's going to backfire. Yeah, in New York, you only get first degree murder for like killing a police officer. Like they reserve it. And I feel like that further muddies the water. Like, no, this is first degree murder. This was not an accident. This wasn't unintended. This wasn't a consequence of neglect. This was, I intended to murder this man and did so. That's what first degree murder is. Ah. But then the mayor has to come out and say, this man by name is guilty of terrorism. It's like, you fucking idiots. You're gonna blow the case. You're gonna blow the case. Because they can't help themselves. And that's the thing. They can't help but go, and just squish. They can't help but be like, we have all the power and you can do nothing about it. And if you even try, we'll smash your whole family. We'll bankrupt everyone that knows you. It's like they can't help it. They can't help themselves but do that. And like, that's the problem. That's what creates a Luigi, is that it becomes a matrix of oppression with no relief valve. You need a pressure relief valve to prevent Luigi's from happening. And that release valve has to be some method of affecting change. Because when you can't vote it, when you can't protest it, there's not a lot of options left. So if you think that like, oh, we're so clever and innovative that our business model has cut off this pressure relief valve that might reduce our profits, it's the powerlessness that's what makes a Luigi. And that's why I think he's guilty of murder. I think he has a really good chance to beat this case. Because the average person is just sick of this shit. And like a message has to be sent, an example has to be made, and it might be that this guy gets away with murder. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. That's probably gonna make things a lot worse. Anyhow, sorry. Side rant. Back to work. Take jury duty. If you live in New York, you better be fucking taking jury duty. I don't want to hear nobody saying, oh no, I got jury duty in New York. You better be doing backflips. This is your chance. This is your chance to be in the history books, man. Yeah, both sides want to send a message. The powerful want to send a message that will squish you, and the powerless want to send a message that we're sick of this, so... It's coming to a boiling point, and I think it's going to be a cultural moment. What I honestly think is going to happen, it's going to be like the Menendez brothers. Mistrial, hung jury, mistrial, They're going to change the rules of what can be argued in the courtroom, and finally a jury's going to convict him. It's going to be like hung jury, okay, we're not going for terrorism anymore, convicted. He'll do 20 years. He'll do 20 years, he'll get out. No one will care by then. It'll be such a different world by then. We won't even have healthcare, man. We'll have like nanites. Yeah, they painted as terrorism to try and to stoke the memory of 9/11 and the Boston bomber and all the domestic stuff, Oklahoma City. But question. He's a terrorist. Okay. Who does he terrorize? He doesn't terrorize me. Does he terrorize you? Are you terrified? Are you terrorized? Who just entertain this nonsense? Who is terrorized by Luigi? Say it out loud. Rapacious, exploitative CEO types? Yes, I'm sure they are terrified of Luigi. He would be a terrorist to them. Yeah. That's why I think it's silly to go after him for terrorism, because you're going to have a jury of like middle class subway riding Americans looking at this dude going, he doesn't terrorize me. I don't feel terrorized. I don't feel like he's a threat to the citizens of New York City. It's not a smart way to do it. But if you take out, like, if you present it to the jury as you literally 12 people who don't know anything about this case. He's not the CEO, he's just a man. And Luigi's not a protester, he's just a man. This man killed this other man. Here's the proof. Go decide. You take all the politics, all the terrorism, all that out of it, you will get a conviction. I guarantee you will get a conviction. Sorry, I'm a law nerd. It's just one of those things that I think about way too often is like, how would I prosecute this case? How would I defend this case? The defense is going to be, you can't prove that's Mario. The prosecution is going to be, he's a terrorist, and it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be, or not Mario, Luigi. I keep saying Mario because Mario was his alias. Luigi was his name. I keep saying fucking Mario. Ah. Have y'all seen the Luigi graffiti that's been going up everywhere? Where it's like a Luigi face and it's like, who's next? It wasn't Luigi, Your Honor. It was Mario. Oh. He needs an alibi. If he's got an alibi, he's got a chance. If it's like, where were you during this 10-day period? I was at home, asleep in bed. Like, yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck. All right. I think we got enough here to justify a cup of coffee, right? So, this is basically all just saying the same thing. Okay, so we're going to make a super query that, given a SIG-TAC pair, returns a table of signal plus trade plus feature labels, right? Um, our data structures allow for more than one trade per signal, but it should still be okay, I think. Yeah, I need to give up coffee because it's like turning my teeth black and I'm getting quite a caffeine tolerance. I think I need to, one of my objectives, one of my New Year's resolutions is before the end of the month, I need to schedule a teeth whitening. And I think after I have that done, no more coffee. I'm gonna hard switch back to monsters, to white monsters, because at least they won't stain my teeth. Starbucks cool line. I don't do Starbucks. It's too expensive. I can't justify like a $15 cup of tea. What's that yerba mate like yellow can energy drink that apparently people love? I don't know. I checked into an Airbnb once that had like three of them left in the fridge. I tried one. It was fucking nasty. Not to my liking. Okay. So we're gonna pop over to Python. Pop that, pop that, pop that, Python. That's a tweet for Allie. That's an Allie tweet. That's not an Algo Pro tweet. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee, and we're gonna start knocking this out. Yeah, yeah. People love those things. People love those things. I don't know. I don't like them. I'm so used to like a Red Bull kind of taste that like when I had one, I was like, ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe the one I had was expired because I like Capri Suns. It did not taste like a Capri Sun. Making a cuppa. Feel free to take a quick break. Eat something. Eat something. Look at your hand. Are you shaking? Did you forget to eat? Go eat something. Come on, man. Eat. Eat. It's good for you. Eating is for the living. Come on. Yeah. Smoky day here in Vegas, I tell you. This is Python. Normally we do Java. We're putting together some SQL queries that are going to do some uh some work for us. I'm going to take care of a bunch of steps that are taking too long for us to do in Java, basically to narrow a search space for us. Should speed up our strategy discovery algorithm by like several orders of magnitude. That would be good. That would be great. Outsourcing more and more of the complexity to the SQL engine. How do you blend Java and Python? Well, we use the Python to generate SQL code, and then we execute the SQL code in our Java environment against our database. So we're using Python to generate really, really nuanced, really sophisticated SQL queries, which I call super queries. Like a compiler? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. It's just code generation. You're writing code to generate code. It's the hot new thing. But right now I'm making a cup of coffee, so I'll be right back. As a matter of fact, I have a screen for this. I have a screen for this. Huzzah. It's pizza on a bagel. It's cheese. Yes. Hey, bagel. A 5 hour. Oh my god. Oh, dude, taking these things out of my ears is jarring to say the least. Whew. A modern day potion of swiftness. No, that's a 5 hour. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I haven't had one of those in years, man. Like I'm kind of afraid of them. You take one every morning, dude. That might be too much B12 and niacin in your system. A 5 hour energy shot. It's it's a little potion. Comes in a tiny little bottle. It's got like 12,000% of your daily B12 and niacin. So like you pop it and like your skin is on fire. Like you are wide awake. Like it burns. Like I imagine it's what crack feels like. I've never done crack, so I don't know, but I imagine it feels like that. Yeah, Celsius is dangerous. Two of those could kill you. 1,200 milligrams? Jesus, that will kill you, dude. Like 350 milligrams is like the danger line for a human being for 1 day of caffeine intake. Like that would be like 6 cups of coffee. We're set, gang, and then we'll pile in, huh? Uh-oh. It's Algo mom. My ex-employer sent me a threatening letter. My mom called to read it to me because I sent it to her address, not mine. Yeah, you're threatening my mother, assholes. All right. So anyhow, the she's scanning it and sending it to me now. She read it to me over the phone. Well, one of y'all snitched on me. So I haven't laid eyes on this letter, so I do not know it to be sincere or genuine. But my mother has called to report to me that to her address, and not mine, was delivered a letter which says basically the following. Well, this certified letter is to remind you of your ongoing confidentiality agreement with your former employer, such and such and such and such. I'm not going to say because they're basically threatening to sue me. And it goes on to say that the non-disclosure agreement covers activities which, quote, you believe to be violations of state and federal law, end quote. So they could basically send me a letter that says that your non-disclosure agreement covers all of the highly illegal shit that we may or may not be doing, that you may or may not know about. Which, okay, if I'm being honest, I don't think that this has anything to do with me. I think they probably sent this out to every ex-employee because short selling firms have been publishing exposés on this outfit, and there have been Wall Street Journal articles. It's probably just that the walls are starting to crumble and they're just blanket threatening every former employee, like, don't cooperate. I don't think it's targeted at me at all, or they would have sent it to my address and not my mother's. Yeah, non-disclosure agreements don't cover illegal acts. So it sounds like, from what my mother said, that the letter says acts that you believe to be illegal. That's that I that had that word in there, that you believe to be violations of. So it's like, hey man, is there an SEC investigation? I can't imagine that there would be, unless it's the outgoing administration trying to fuck over the incoming administration for reasons I won't go into. I could see something like that. Or maybe it's just that all of the short seller reports have actually drawn the attention of the Justice Department. Like, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. It takes about a year. All the short reports were about a year ago. Anyhow. So I should have a scan of that document by the end of the day, probably within the hour. Uh, I really, really, really hope. Hold on, I need to check the stock price. Oh, wouldn't it be so great if this was the end for them? I'll be right with you, chat. I can't short them. I used to work there. It would be unethical. They're not doing too bad. So it must not be anything in the headlines this week. Oh, never mind. I had to zoom out. Hmm. I don't see any gossip, so whatever. Whatever. Maybe they're just freaking out. Would it be against ethics? Yeah, exactly. A letter review with the Twitchies. Oh, I missed the Angry Beavers. That was a good show, man. So anyhow, I'd be curious if this is targeted. I can't imagine it is. Otherwise, they would specifically send a cease and desist and not just a vaguely threatening reminder that I'm under a non-disclosure agreement. Which, by the way, wasn't my non-disclosure agreement part of a contract that was deemed like void? I remember. I need to. God damn it! I need to get a lawyer. I need to get a fucking lawyer. Like, I was under the impression that my non-compete and my non-disclosure had like an expiration date of a year. I might need to go reread my employment contract. Anyhow, I've told horror stories of working for this particular employer that who will remain unnamed, and just like, wow, what a nightmare it is. Oh, follow-up call. Hold on. All right, sorry. That was my stepdad who read it, and he was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 hold on, call him back." So what's going on here is my mother apparently misunderstood that one part. They weren't saying that you can't cooperate with an investigation. They were saying that's the only exception to your NDA is if you're investigating into or cooperating with an investigation specifically from a government law enforcement organization. Didn't say anything about like credit rating agencies. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this has something to do with a short seller report from about a year ago. They're probably freaking out. Anyhow, we'll see. So yeah, for those who are just arriving, my mother called me in a panic because my ex-employer sent a vaguely threatening letter that says, "Hey, friendly reminder, you're under a non-disclosure agreement, which includes things that you may suspect or that in your view may be illegal, like unless you are cooperating with an actual investigation from a government law enforcement organization, right?" So the big picture here is that I used to work for kind of a shady bank. Let's just leave it at that. So every once in a while, there's a whistleblower or a short seller report about how like the books are cooked or whatever. I don't know anything about that. I worked in a clearinghouse that was owned by that bank, and I was responsible for the risk management technology. So that's the only thing that I could ever speak to, other than just a general who cares, it's all insured attitude that they had at the bank. I could testify to the attitude that people had. But yeah, I knew my little fiefdom and that was it. So whatever they're freaking out about probably ain't my department. But yeah, I worked for a shady bank. I imagine they're getting ahead of some investigation or something. I don't want to say what, because even the fact that I got that letter could be construed as inside information. So, um, a bit of career advice. If you find yourself in a shady employment situation, it's best to get out as quickly as possible. Don't make a stink. Don't make a protest. You're not going to be the whistleblower that changes the way of the world on this one. Just be quiet. Keep your head down. Go apply for other jobs. Take the first good one you get. Keep your mouth shut. You want to write an anonymous letter to the Wall Street Journal or some short seller, that's on you. Don't get involved. Don't put your name out there. Don't risk your career. Not for some dirty company ever. Not on either side. Don't risk your career to work there, and don't risk your career to try and stand up against it. It doesn't work. Let some rich kid with a rich daddy who can afford lawyers be the one that stands up against the big evil corporation. Like, that's what took down Theranos. It wasn't Miley Chung or whatever, the first whistleblower. It was the second. It was what was his name? Like Noah Thomas or something. He was the grandson of one of the people on the board. So he had rich parents with infinite money for defense attorneys, like personal security. He was the guy who ultimately effectively blew the whistle on Theranos. And because he's a rich kid, it didn't cost him his career either. You do a favor and boom, you're right back into your chosen career path, right? So remember that. I learned this the hard way. My moral compass has cost me more than one job. Next time, I'm just going to slip out the door before it gets bad. All right, let's get back to work then. It took a coffee break, turned into all this law drama. Then my stepdad had to call me back and be like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, everything's fine. Don't worry. This is probably a blanket letter. Yeah, if you don't follow this advice, you'll end up here on Twitch chasing your dreams. Don't let that happen to you. Let's see. All right, so we have this here Python notebook that gives us direct access to some raw data that we use for trading strategy discovery. and we're going to try and rework as much of the discovery algorithms prep, data prep, into a SQL query as possible. So in production, we will just fire off a query with a few variables inserted into it, and we'll get back like everything that we need to shove into the algorithm for strategy discovery, which will ultimately probably be in Java. But we want to minimize how much we're doing in Java. We came to SQLite versus DuckDB because the strategy discovery stuff needed sophisticated table relations that DuckDB doesn't support. Our subject matter expert, Philippe, strongly recommended SQLite. We still use DuckDB for our super GigaChad data lake, and we still use DuckDB for a handful of other internal things. But we are also using QuestDB for our flight recorder, for our black box, because it's really good at high frequency insertions. We'll probably switch that to like ClickHouse or something when we start scaling up and operating like 24/7. But yeah, we are diversified. Anyhow, so yeah, sorry for the delay, everybody. Let's get back to the monotony. I know all that excitement must have been very disturbing to everybody, but I assure you the monotony will continue. Excuse me. Ooh, you know what? I'm a big boy. Okay, so this is sort of a filtering approach. I want to take the other approach where now that we know how to turn these into time spans, I want to use that to generate labels and like add them to an array. So I want to create like a column that's an array and add labels to it based on which context instances cover a given instant. So, okay, got my signals, my instances of the signals in the universe, and then I want to add a column. I want to add a column that has an array of all of the contexts that they appear in. So each context sort of becomes like a feature label, a context feature, right? So we want to have that array, and that'll tell us. Oh yeah, and then we want to bind that with the trade too. Okay. So we want to produce, our final product needs to be a row of, or a table of signal tactic pair, the specific instance of that signal, and the result of the trade conducted with that tactic, the trade or set of trades. Yeah, we can flatten them like that. So whether it's one trade or many trades, we can flatten it into a single result. Yeah. Gosh, we could generate that and then put in each tactic result as like a nested table. Wouldn't that be interesting? Oh. Okay, well, let's start with this, and then we can use signal ID to match that up to the taxim results. And yeah, if we could put that all into like a nested thing, kind of like JSON, that'd be awesome. Well, yeah, no, yeah. Because then once you get it into the Java, it would just be like process it into these business objects and then run a couple of functions, and like we're done here. Mm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's start with this. What y'all working on? Okay, I need to do like a conditional. So instead of filtering these, you got to record your sultry assistant. So are you using a generate like a voice generator, or are you contracting it out? I looked into getting some voice actors on Fiverr, and yeah, like they got like every accent you could want. So, Chad, do we think that Adrian McFuckface is Elon Musk? I heard that he like broke character. I heard that there was a like, "Hey, watch who you're talking to" moment because Elon forgot that he was not supposed to be Elon, that he was LARPing as someone else. It's like, oh no, oh no. I haven't heard it from myself, but that's how I heard it described. That somebody said something and he briefly broke character. Oh man, what a guy. All right, let's see. How do I do case space? I need to check that out in the documentation. Let's see. Ibis project case. Multi-branch if else expression. Okay. I think I got it. Didn't he admit it at this point? I think he was trolling. I don't know. He was live streaming POA. Yeah, yeah. If I was a major shareholder in Tesla and I heard that the CEO was the top Diablo 4 player in North America, I would I would demand that he be gone. Unless like the whole scam was that this CEO gets the stock price up, who cares? Ugh. It doesn't really shock me though, you know. Billionaires tend to have thin skin because at a certain point you haven't been told no in a long time. No one's actually like insulted you to your face in a long time. And then to go like putting yourself out there because you're Mr. Popular and then everybody turns on you like oof. That's got to be psychologically devastating. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. So I can do like a literal thing, and then we can mutate the case. Cool. All right. Let's let's do that. Let's do that. Oh yeah, I forgot to derp. Yeah, ibis literal. No, I need to do something SQLite specific. Let me check that. Let's see. Regular column. Let's see. Mutate, add column, specify type here. Type. Oh, come on. Surely there's a type specifier. Expressions to be added. Oh, so is mutate just for like using expressions? Is it not mutate if I just want to add a column? No, it's still mutate. Yeah, the H1B thing. That hit pretty close to home for me. I mean, I, like many people, have had to train my replacement at some point. Like seeing that the system is clearly being abused. Let's not start that. I'll rant. I don't want to rant. All right, let's see. Mutate aggregate count having order by over selects. So mutate involves a window function, so I can't just like add that column. Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing. Um, let's see here. Let me find an example. I could just go ahead and give it the case. Yo, what's up? You saw some of my tweets? Did you see my article? Did you see the article? That is invalid syntax. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, yeah, it does not like that. Okay, I could probably go ahead and do it as like a case then. Oh, I see. So they do it as a string and then just put JSON in there. Yeah, that would probably work. But isn't there an array type? Let's see, arrays. Oh yeah, right? Well, okay, so there's arrays for Ibis, but is there a column type array? Is there an array column? Yeah, there's nested columns, right? So, hmm. What article? Oh, the one with the coin flip article. What's it called? Risk, variance, expected value, and edge, something like that. I need a better title, something a little more clickbaity. Let's see here. Okay, so it might be better just to do it as a string and like append it. Yeah, let's do that. But yeah, string operations would probably be fine. We could quote it. All right, let's try that. I think I broke it. All right. What is a signal? Like a trading signal. A signal which may or may not indicate that now is a good time to trade with a particular tactic. The whether or not it is predictive is the thing that we have to figure out. Am I not doing that right? No, it doesn't have labels yet. We're giving it labels. I think it has to have the field first. All right. let's see here. Let's go back to the beginning. No, it's not going to work either. Ah, that's worth a shot. Okay, so we can add the string. Is AI hard? It depends on the technique. Oh, neural networks wouldn't be applicable here. We don't have anywhere near as much data as would be necessary. I mean, eating with a spoon is hard if you've never done it before. Nothing's really easy until after you beat it, right? Genesis. Genesis is life, Jim. Okay, so can I conditionally append to that field, or do I just have to like can I case redefine it? Like, let me see here. I'm gonna try a mutate. Oh, I see. It's like a recursive mutate. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Belongs to another projection. Okay. Oh, okay. So if that field doesn't already exist, then yeah, that's gonna make problems. Hmm. How long have I been working on this project? This particular version? About a year. Hmm. belongs to another relation. It would probably be better to just add a column for each context type. Like each context type, add a column true or false. That would probably be better. Okay, yeah, I got a better idea. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's way easier. Worked before. How would the 130 messages? So how would this Genesis thing help me in any way? eBay already. Yeah. Mm. Well, if it's not related, then it's not related. We have an objective for the day, and it's getting late into it. Plus, we don't do anything related to neural networks here. I do think they're cool, though. So, what do you mean it's from a different projection? I mean, yeah, but it was working before. Belong to a different projection. Like, that works. I guess because we do the cross join. Yeah. Yeah, you got to cross join to do the filter, I guess. And then you reselect the original. Alias, alias. Yeah, it was worth a shot. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Cracked it. I don't think. Oh God, can I? I can do that. That's a SQL thing, right? You can project values to columns, right? Yeah, maybe JSON would be wiser than turning everything into columns. Because I was just thinking, like, oh, because then you gotta translate the names, or you gotta have like a name column shorthand, and then a reference table somewhere. Or you could just have like a JSON thing. I liked the idea of adding a column because then we could do that iteratively. But now I'm thinking like, ooh, that could get messy. Because then how would we translate the columns back to the labels? We'd have to have a translation table somewhere. Okay, maybe not the best idea. Wish I figured that out before I figured out how to do it, because that took forever. That's good. Huh? We're upgrading our trading strategy discovery algorithm, and we're cooking up a super query that's going to pre-label all of our signal annotations with the context feature labels. And I was thinking, like, at first I was thinking, okay, let's have a column that's an array of strings, and then that turned into a giant pain in the ass. And I was like, okay, well then we'll just have a column for each context. And then I realized like that the names won't translate into column names, and then we'd have to have some kind of a translator, and that would make problems. So now I'm kind of going back to okay, instead of an array of strings, it should probably just be like a JSON object. But then can I manipulate that progressively in Ibis without a bunch of string manipulation garbage? I don't think it would translate into a single query very well. I'm trying to think of something that's going to scale up to like 100 contexts as well. So that would be adding like 100 columns, and that could be a problem. Though databases are designed for that now, I guess. I wish Philippe was here. Oh, what's up, Seraph? Yeah, it looks like one more good day, man. One more good day. We're getting really, really close to partner here. Reinforcement learning. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. You can create a lookup map. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. My goal though is to be able to spit out like it's to kind of have one query. We put in a couple of variables and out spits like everything that we need to run the final analysis, right? Basically slicing right to the end. Hmm. Let's see here. Well, we know we could add a column. I just don't think we can do that dynamically. We need something that we can kind of one shot. And we could do that for adding columns. We create the distinct or the column with distinct values, and then we like map that into new columns, and we would have some renaming scheme. But I don't want to do that. Yeah, it'd be better if I could just have a column that's an array of strings. That's got to be a thing I can do. There's got to be a way to do that with Python Ibis. What's it looking for? Doesn't like that. Not at all. All right. There's like an ibis type for string, right? Is it like ibis.array, ibis.string? Ibis types string D type. No. Okay. I need to check the manual for this. Let's see. SQLite doesn't natively support array columns. Oh, that's why it's freaking out. Okay. So yeah, we'd have to have an array to string function. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why is this not fucking working? Because yeah, normally you can do like ibis literal thing. All right, all right. Let's think about that then. So then, if we wanted to keep SQLite, we'd have to do it in JSON. JSON becomes a giant pain in the ass. We don't want to do that. So we can't do it as a JSON array. We can't do it as columns unless we do column name translator somewhere. Hmm. I'm thinking we could do a one shot that generates one long string that could be cleanly separated later. We can't use pandas. We have to use ibis so that it compiles into a SQL query. That's the whole point. The finished product is not going to be a Python script. The finished product is a SQL query. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do a one shot. Let me play around here. I'm thinking we can do a one shot on this. So yeah, you get the context. Don't filter out by label. Go ahead and do the rest of the timestamp magic. Oh, wait, no, I think you have to do that filter or it breaks. Yeah, if you don't do the solo context, then the window function breaks. So you'd have to have a more specific window function. Hmm. Yeah, you got to find a way to make that work. So that you can do it with all the context at the same time. What's the type we want in the array? Strings. We just want an array of strings, but SQLite doesn't support that. So we have to generate the whole array of strings all at once because we're not going to be able to do it in any kind of iterative way. So we need like a one shot that can get all of the context time spans and then another shot that gets like a conditional for each one. Ooh, this might be something we have to break into multiple queries. I'm thinking it might just be too sophisticated to do it all in one query. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is we make a function that can construct the whole array all at once, and that's not the hard part, really. The hard part is like to construct the array. First, we have to do some processing on our contexts. We have to roll them up. See, initially it's kind of like just, it's either on or off and the timestamp of the state transition. So we have to roll that up into like, okay, the on period was from here to here. And so the method that we're doing for that can only works on one label at a time. So I have to modify the window function so that we don't have to isolate a single type. So that way we can start with the raw data and sort of cut straight to these start and end points for each instance of each thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, so how can I do that? How can I do that without filter label? I think it all boils down to the window function. I need the window function to have that like sameness. Yeah, if I filter by context label and then timestamp, right? Like it should be appropriate. I just need the window to because I worry about like where it transitions between one set and the other in the sorting function. Hmm. Let's see here. Pacific Palisades is gone. I believe it. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone. A ripperoni. Just total devastation, man. Sucks, man. That's how wildfires be sometimes, yeah. Let's see. Partitioned by label and ordered by. Okay, I didn't know I could do partitioning in a window. That's awesome. Cool. Okay, so yeah, if we can make this work, then we should be able to generate all the labels in like one go. Pretty sure. Because then it'll just be like iterating over table A to generate labels for column B, something like that. Okay. Let's see if we can implement this. Don't worry about those timestamps. Oh. uh, blonde. Blonde. You know what I do see? Blonde. Dude, sweet. Fuck did instrument ID come from? Uh, okay. Nice. Fucking excellent. Sorry, I get excited about Python sometimes. Fucking getting there, man. Getting there, chat. We're getting there. Oh shit, Moist Critical. Thanks for the raid, dog. Hey everybody, all 24,000 of you. All right, how many people looked up? How many people looked up? One in chat. I got you. I fucking got you. All right, I'm gonna take a quick pee break, and then Asmongold's gonna raid, and later on the stream we're gonna have Barack Obama. Should wear pants that are less revealing of the contours of my penis. You know what? Just a small mental note for production. Thicker pants, dog. Thicker pants. Not trying to get banned here. All right. Where were we? Yeah, we're gonna have Obama on at 3. Tell your friends. If I don't get banned for saucy clothing. Ah. I was gonna go on the soliloquy about like, let's just drop it. Let's just not go there. Let's just not. Let's just move on with life. Let's just move on with our lives, everybody. Does anybody like the band Psychedelic Porn Crumpets? They're a really good band. You should check them out. I swear, it's like these things, feeling things, having things shoved into your ears all day. I don't. I would say I don't know how people do it, but I do it. So it's just a weird feeling. Every once in a while, they hit that bass note and it tickles, and it's like, oh. Ooh. I'm an over ear enjoyer. I just got these in the mail. Brand new fresh pair, Rig 400s. I like these because if you sit on them, right, they can break, and then you can just snap them back together. Pop, and you're good to go. Freaking indestructible, these things. I was thinking I'd go ahead and buy 3 more pair and just stick them in the closet because the last pair lasted like 8 years. They're still good. It's just the ear cushions are just soggy from 10 years of head grease. It just feels gross putting them on. Yeah, the Sonys are great. Yeah, Happy New Year, Gabe. It's good to see you, man. I was wondering where you wandered off to. It's surprising who you miss. Okay, so now we got those babies. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. This we do need. Well, this is all gonna change. Out with the old, in with the new. Okay, so excellent. Can I I wish I could collapse a cell of Python code and just be like, all right, cell 10 is good, cell 9 is good. These two, in fact, can merge. So, if you're just joining us and you have absolutely no idea what's going on, we are upgrading our trading strategy discovery algorithm to outsource more of the complex combinational inference bullshit to the SQL engine because it just takes too long to do all the permutations in Java. So, and by too long, I mean like 30 seconds, a minute. It's an annoying amount of time. It'd be better if it didn't take that long. But it's currently prohibitively slow. Slots? No. Tell us you didn't play the slots. We rage against the slot machines. Living in Vegas, slot machines are so gross. They're everywhere. It's like they're like cancer cells just multiplying, taking over the whole casino, choking out the life of all the table games. Though apparently pop craps is the new hot thing. You remember the little like pop dice game that you'd have as kids? You know, a board game where the dice are in the middle and they're in a little plastic thing and you pop it and it rolls the dice and they stay in the plastic and you never lose the dice. They have a casino game like that now called Pop Craps or Crapless Craps, where it's like a craps table, but it's all virtual and the dice are the only thing that's real. And they're like two big, gaudy, oversized dice in like a rolling tube that bounces them up and down and then they land. And this is an insanely popular game because you can play craps at your own speed. You don't have to wait for everybody else. I was like, oh, that's neat. I was listening to a whole podcast of casino managers talking about how this is like the hot new thing. Yeah, when you get off the plane in Vegas, like the slot machines are right there, man. But remember, they're negative expected value. Yeah, and cheaper minimums. $1 minimum bet versus like a $10 minimum bet at a real craps table. I went out for lunch yesterday. And because I live in Vegas, all of the good restaurants are usually in or near casinos. So I'm not a gambler. I don't play anything. I've gambled twice since I came here. Once I played poker. It was fun. It was with my neighbor's money. Made a profit. Paid him back his principal. Took my management fee. and on with my day. I take my money management role very seriously, even at the poker table. And then the second time I bet $20 on Mike Tyson to win versus Jake Paul. There's a lesson in this. And that was my reminder that when you gamble, eventually you lose. So I'm not a gambler. But I'm fascinated by the business of casinos and gambling, and because I look at it and I see negative expected value. I'm a risk dork. I ran risk management for a bank, which just sent me a threatening letter in the mail reminding me to shut my fucking mouth about what I did or did not do or witnessed or did not witness at the bank. We'll be reading that on stream later. But yeah, I look at any casino game and I just see a negative expected value, and you know, it's just that's not fun for me. If I feel like I'm beating the casino, that would be fun. If I came up with some genius crap strategy, but like it would have been inferred by now. The rules of the game don't change that much. The best and most effective cheat that anybody ever pulled against a Las Vegas casino. This is going to blow your mind. You might have seen a documentary about it. Somebody figured out that a particular playing card set had a misprinted back pattern. Where if you look at the back of a playing card and there's like a little pattern of diamonds or whatever, it wasn't perfectly symmetrical. It was slightly off. So the trained eye could spot it. Yeah, and Phil Ivey was contracted by the people who figured this out. So the whole idea is, oh, we want to come to your casino and play Baccarat, and we're going to play $500,000 a hand. But we're very superstitious, and we want to be able to turn the cards for luck. And the casino didn't figure out until they got fleeced for tens of millions of dollars. A bunch of casinos got hit. They didn't figure out what they were doing, which was they're marking the face cards. So now they know the value of every hand coming off of the shuffle after a couple of rounds because they're preserving the order that the cards were turned in. So they can spot, oh, the diamonds are slightly off. That's a face card. Or the diamonds are in alignment on the left side or whatever. Anyhow, because when you're a high roller, the casinos will let you say, I want to play this game by these rules. The casino will do like a contract with you for specifically that game by those rules. If you can get them to agree to something that gives you an advantage, you win. What's it called when we do that on Wall Street? Swap. If I go to a bank and say I want to make a very, very specific kind of trade that maybe no one's ever done before, or maybe I can't do anywhere else, the bank will write a legal contract that says, like, okay, you have a position, it's valued in this way, it's settled at this date. It's like creating an ETF or an ETN just for me to buy. You probably saw the movie Big Short. He wanted to short housing bonds, and they were like, "Sure, we'll create a contract that reflects that position." And that's called a swap. So yeah, the casinos will do something similar. They'll set up a game just for you if they agree to it, if they think that it's going to give them an edge. So that's how they beat them. It was pretty smart. They just said we want to be able to turn the cards. We should watch that little documentary. It's really interesting. But yeah, if I feel like I would really enjoy doing something like that, but that's because I know I have a positive expected value, right? And the casinos are really good about stamping that stuff out. All right, sweet. This is working good. So let's get back to our signals here. So we're working with a Python library called IBIS, which lets us do this data frame like analysis and then compile it into a SQL query, which we can use in our Java program to just shoot right at our data lake or at a small database that contains the aggregated data that we need for doing our strategy discovery. So whenever we add a strategy component to our search space, which looks like this, when we add a strategy component to our search space, we're adding a gene to the gene pool, right? So if we add an anomaly detector, it's going to go ahead and search all of the universes in our search space for every instance of that anomaly. And then it's going to go ahead and try every trading tactic in our search space against every instance of that anomaly discovered. And it's going to sock all that away into a little database. And now we're writing the SQL query that takes all that raw material and does most of the legwork for deriving trading strategies from it. So we create the gene pool, and out of the gene pool emerges all possible species of strategy. Then we just drop all the ones that aren't fit to survive and select the optimum portfolio of ones that do to satisfy a particular trading style. So, we would have our search space for stock scalping strategies, and then we'd select our best stock scalping strategies for our portfolio. And then we'd have another search space maybe for theta collection strategies that uses fancy option trading to profit from nothing happening. It's a great way to make money when nothing's happening. And that would be like its own separate search space with a universe of interest, anomalies of interest, trading tactics that would be suitable for that sort of thing. And it would come up with its own optimum portfolio of that type of strategy for that type of asset class. You see where we're going with this. And then eventually, I have all the money in the world. And then I pile it up and I burn it. And we switch to Bitcoin. This is the plan. I make all the money and then we burn it, and then it's Bitcoin, baby. We send all the money to Mars. I'm not sure what the next step is, but we're working on it. Me and 3 other guys. Yes, this is how we fight inflation. We just burn all the money. That's actually a great campaign You could start a whole Twitter meme on that. Like, it's the brilliant idea. This is how we fight inflation. We just burn all the money. Think about it. It's brilliant. All you have to do is burn the money and you're fighting inflation. And we're all in this together. If everybody burns $18,000, we can fix inflation. We just have to calculate how much they printed per American, and we can burn that money instead of paying it in taxes. And this is how we fight inflation. Instead of giving it to the federal government, we just throw it in a fire barrel. It means the same to us, and it's a tax write-off. This is the Algo Pro fighting inflation plan, where you can either pay taxes or burn the money. It's your choice. This is the W idea. I love this. This is a great idea. This is how we win. So let me get this straight. I owe the federal government $80,000 this year. Correct. So I could pay them, yes. Or I could just burn the money. Yes. So either way, I lose 80 grand. Right. Burn it. Thank you for your service fighting the war against inflation. John Maynard Keynes thanks you for your service. I can see it. I can see it. This is my presidential campaign. I think Jeff Bezos is going to love this plan. He's just going to have like a Joker pile of money. It's going to be like, well, Senator Cortez, we really wanted to open that Amazon facility in New Jersey. Oh, well. See you next year. Oh, can we get GPT to just animate just that scene for me? It would make me so happy. I just want to see AOC crying in front of a giant Joker-esque pile of burning money. Okay, I just can't get that mental picture out of my head. It was just so funny. Yes, the government needs you to burn your money. You're better at it than the government can't be trusted to burn your money. You have to do it. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a tweet later. I'm gonna write up like a whole like for real essay, like an actual treatise about how we should do this. About how because the government, because inflation is a silent tax, right? Then it should be a tax write-off to burn your money to fight inflation. In the same way the government is silently taxing you, you're silently doing the opposite. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Burn the Benjamins. Sorry, hashtag burn all the money. Burn away inflation. All I need is Elon to retweet it. And I am like totally monetized instantly. Yes. That's why everybody's always trying to troll Elon on Twitter, because if he retweets you, you make a shitload of money. What did Tiffany Fong get retweeted like one time and she made like 75 grand that month? Like, it's ridiculous how much. I can't even imagine how much Elon's account generates. Probably millions of dollars a year. It's got to be the top monetized account, right? And you know he pockets that money. That's his ketamine budget. Okay, I gotta get back to work. I'm getting slap happy here. We're only 6 hours deep. We got 2 or 3 more to go. Let's do this. All right, so we got our context coverage, and that's great. So we've got everything nice and flat. All right, so we've got our signals. Okay. Now, we want to translate all of these into a set of like one column that, oh, sorry. into one column that has all of the context labels that are active at that time. So for each one of these, we want to check each one of these to see if this point is in any of the ranges defined in this table. And if so, basically for each, like add the distinct label. Okay, so that's going to be like a subquery or something. I know how to do that. No, I don't. Yeah, we're quanting one query at a time. Can't spell query without, my life would be very improved if I didn't finish that sentence. Okay. What's up, Mr. Friend? What's up, dude? What you doing? How's your day going? Have you given thanks for Elon Musk today? The feature edition I suggested? I don't think I suggested a specific feature edition. I think I suggested that you interview people who use Jira every day to determine what would be a good feature to add. I remember that part. I don't remember a specific feature edition. I'm not sitting totally still. I'm scrolling. My little finger is moving. If all that was left of me was my smile and my little finger, I could still do more than most men. Think about how much Stephen Hawking did with just his smile and his little finger. What a Chad. What a total Epstein Island enjoyer. Oh my god. I didn't want to know that about Stephen Hawking. We could have. Is that why they didn't publish the list? Because it's like, guys, like Stephen Hawking's on this list. Like, do you really want to know? Let's say we have the list and all the weird shit they're into. Do you really want to know that? I mean, this could really ruin a lot. It's not even about the people who it's going to ruin. It's about what those people mean to everybody else. It could turn into this a nihilistic hellscape. It's like, oh my God, all of them? Literally all of them? Oh my God. Like, what would there be left to believe in? It's like the Pope? The Pope? How? How? The logistics of that are mind-boggling. Do I think it'll ever get released? Not if Trump is on it. I think Trump is the only hope to get it released, and if he's on it in any meaningful way, it's not coming out. But honestly, if you look at Trump's track record, his taste in women seems to be either pornographic or very exotic, right? Like I don't know if he'd ever date an Ivana ever again, because like famously, and it might just be how it was reported, but like famously, he couldn't stand that like Ivana was more successful than he was at a particular point in time. So since then, he's dated like models, porn stars, that kind of thing. I don't think he'd be into youngins. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to match the track record, right? But who knows? You never really know. Like there's some people who say that Barack Obama is really gay. And it's like, really? And like a Michelle is like it's like a power couple thing. Kind of like a Bill and Hillary, where it's like they don't fucking love each other, but like they're stronger and more powerful together, kind of a thing. It's like, I could see that. You know, you never really know people. They try to present like a public image. Eventually, you don't know any other version of them, so that's just kind of the one you file away in your head. Who knows? But do I think they'll ever release the list? Probably not. Not in our lifetimes, man. We still don't have all the Kennedy files, man. Big Mike. No, I don't lend any credence to that. I don't think Michelle Obama is a man. The British royal family. Dude, imagine growing up in the British royal family. You think you'd turn out normal? That's why everybody worships the queen. It's like, wow, she's like a good, decent, wholesome person after all of that. God bless her. God bless the queen. God bless her. I would not want to have to grow up in that shadow. Hmm. Yeah, she's been dead for a while, yeah. God save King Charles. They're all inbred. It comes with the territory, man. Yeah, but you know the thing is the king probably could sell. So here's the thing. The king, as far as I understand, the royal family like owns most of the land that's important in key places, and that they've signed a perpetual land lease to like the government uh, for a surprisingly modest amount. It's like $300 million a year or something. It's very modest, and that's sort of the money that pays for the royal weddings and all that bullshit. Um, so there could possibly be an argument made that the king could just like revoke that lease and then lease it to America. It'd be like, yeah, you own it now, or you're leasing it. You're leasing it, something like that. Yeah, they're like, there's some kind of an ancient loophole in there where they can reclaim the land if like they don't get paid. But it's been so long, right? Like it'd be like a state seceding from the United States. It'd be like what? It's like I guess you can do that. That's just no rules against it. Wouldn't that be interesting? If the royals were like, yeah, let's just get involved. You know, it's like we've been sitting out for too many cycles. Let's just, you know what? Parliament can fuck itself. This is our country. Hail to the king, baby. Wouldn't that be interesting? Just to shake things up. If like the big scandal going on over there, or at least the one that Elon's pointing to distract from the H-1B crisis, if that like just boiled out of control and the king dissolved parliament and just got involved again, it'd be interesting. We live in interesting times. And Elon's law is that the most entertaining outcome is the most likely one. Interesting times. Yeah, interesting times. Okay, all right. Let's finish this up. We're making some good progress. We're almost past the hard part. Group concat. All right, this is interesting. Oh, fiddlesticks. I'm gonna have to rename some columns. Can I do as? Please say yes. That's not gonna work. Okay, I didn't think so. Name. Re. There we go. Oh, what's up, Climax? Sorry, I was distracted there for a second. But would it do it to? Yeah. Oh, what would it do to UK stocks? Yeah, no, it'd be bad. It'd be really bad. Just the uncertainty. But you know, no one's gonna fucking nuke England. So if that happens, stay cool. Buying opportunity of a lifetime. The tax laws might change, but this would only be bullish for whatever your healthiest companies are. So if that happens, buy up the whole British tech sector. It's going to be pennies on the dollar, whatever you got. Because if Donald Trump takes over, he's going to fucking let loose the dogs of capitalism. And y'all will be able to hire and fire and H1B and all that good shit. It's going to be money time. You know, everybody likes money. Would you care? Would you care that Donald Trump was your prime minister if you were making shitloads of money? No, they'd appoint Nigel Farage, wouldn't they? Ugh. Oh God. Oh God, that would be the best prime minister question time ever. I would not miss a second of that. Okay. Where were we? Start adding that. Okay, check, check. We don't have an event ID. We have a signal label. Is that what you're talking about? Or do you want like a distinct ID? Because we do have a distinct ID. We don't have another result somewhere in here, do we? Okay. Beware generic names. It's raw timestamp. How do I forgot how to run SQL in Ibis? Yeah, it's just SQL. But it's like table.sql. So in this case, I think it would be like ibis dot underscore dot SQL. Nope. Is that not it? All right. Hmm. Make it to Jan 20. Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. It seems like everything's kind of calmed down, man. Like all the kind of Hitlerian rhetoric has sort of gone away. People are more focused on like sort of the incoming cabinet at this point. It's like Trump's a foregone conclusion, but if you make enough noise, maybe like this person or that person won't make it to the finish line. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I don't think that's gonna work. I missed the wrong field name. Distinct context label. Maybe that's why it's freaking out. No. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, look what happened last time Iran wanted to rattle the saber, right? They phoned ahead, they sent a bunch of stuff that like got shut down, the few things that got through hit nothing of value. It's like they're terrified of actually striking an effective blow because the retaliation would be like, ooh, you done fucked up. And I don't think anybody in the world would really lift a finger in protest if that happened. You know, if it's like North Korea, right? You can't get too loud because you might just get stomped on. Like it's like, all right, enough of this. Go on. Anybody miss them? Anybody complaining? Didn't think so. Back to work. It's like when Trump was tweeting to Kim Jong Un, like, yeah, my button's bigger than yours and mine actually works. Like, it terrified them. That terrified them. They're like, we didn't mean it like that, Mr. Trump. Please don't nuke us. Yeah, exactly. When Israel like starts probing that airspace, like Iran gets real fucking quiet. We didn't mean it. We didn't mean nothing. We didn't mean nothing. We was just playing. We was just playing. You know, it was just for the gram. You know, we didn't mean nothing. You know, we're tight. You know, we'd never do something like that. We was just playing. You know, we'd be saying things in the club late at night after a couple cocktails. It was all hypothetical, baby. You know, we're tight like that. Please don't do it. Yeah, they're gonna use a flat cannon against an F-35. Get the fuck out of here. Gets to like a fifth generation fighter. Like, oh man. Yeah, no, it's just you can't be too annoying. It's like if the cartels started fucking with the border, like they just get smushed by the CIA. Are you kidding? It wouldn't even be a contest. It'd just be like Genshin. Oh man, people love that Genshin. People love that Genshin. Okay, so my group concat object. I don't even know what this is. Let's see what Claude makes of it. Because otherwise this looks pretty clean. I'm not sure about this, but I'm pretty I think we're okay. Let me see. All right, so Claude, what is it? What do you make of this here? Is that a thing? Can you do that? Interesting. All right. All right. Claude came up with an alternate approach. This is an interesting one. I want to try it. Interesting. So yeah, this is going to use a window function instead. That's really interesting. So called context label. I'm not sure if that's valid, but we'll find out. Oh, there is no group concat. All right. Well, that was it was a good idea. It's a good idea though. All right. I think Claude's off the plot on this one. Anyhow. All right, let's see. Interesting. That is interesting. No way. Cool. Oh, dudes, I think we did it. Yeah, I think we did it. Awesome. No, not quite. Not quite. We got to do a couple more groups, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Hold on, where's that group by at? Not quite upgrade complete. We're getting there. We're getting. We got to bring that back, by the way. I missed that. We used to have a little upgrade complete soundbite. What package are we using? We're using a Python package called Ibis, which compiles all this down into SQL. So that's why we can kind of intermix SQL with our data frame stuff because it's all really SQL behind the scenes. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, so I just put it in the order by, and then it's automatic? Okay. Oh, it also has to go into the group by. All right. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, the changes from a cross join to a joint. I got it. There we go. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, we're getting duplication. Oh, I think there's another distinct that we missed, maybe? Nope, we got that one. Ah, okay. Okay. I don't know. Let's just see how that looks. What do we call this signal label? Signal label. Gosh, I never would have thought of that. Hey, Peter. What's happening? We're looking good. We are looking good. One last miracle to perform, though, is the unbound contexts, which don't have to match on instrument ID. Wait, what? So, if you're just joining us and you have absolutely no idea why we're sitting in silence in a Python script, We're working on some upgrades to our trading strategy discovery algorithm. We sort of hit the limits of what our prototype can do in terms of complexity. So we're outsourcing as much of the complexity in the new version to the SQL engine as possible, because most SQL engines these days are written in Rust or C, so they're very efficient. We're using a Python library called Ibis to compile superqueries that do as much of the sort of aggregation and cross-reference as possible. And then we do the last little bit in Java. So we're working on sort of like a shortcut for our algorithm that should accelerate it by several orders of magnitude. But pretty much everything you need to just jump straight to the finished product will come out after one query, which is pretty cool. So it should be a SQL query so big that it can fill up a poster, and then we'll sell posters. It might be time for a lunch break. So I'm like really hungry. Did I go to college? Yeah. I majored in genetic engineering. From Taft Elementary for a while. Pretty sure this is right. We just have like damn near identical signal and context names from the sister models. Okay, but I'm pretty sure we got that. So the only miracle left to perform is unbound contexts. So to do unbound context. Is this what I do full time? Yeah, for now. For now. Cancer testing. Fun. Mm, Okay. Hey, cutie. Isn't it your bedtime? Hmm. Oh, yeah, sorry. I wasn't being very engaging. I was lost in thought and consulting with Claude over here. Interesting. Okay. Neato. Oh, perfect. Oh. Mwah. Mwah. How could the eye of the open be in the pre-market? I don't care. Mwah. Mwah. I suck your dick. Woo! I did it. That seems like a lot of rows. That's too many rows. Okay. Yeah, we're still getting duplicates. Okay. If we solve the duplicates, then we got it. All right. It's lunch break time. Algo's been grinding for 7 hours. I need to eat something real. So let's take a moment. Oop. Let's take a moment to get some food here. It is officially lunchtime. Do I trade myself? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. Something I've been meaning to get back into. This is a source of strategy component ideas. All right. Let me get a quick lunch. I'll be here, back and forth. Ugh. Hate groceries. Oh man. We did it. Kinda. Kinda. Oh. Whew. Fuck, dude, both ears. Nerds. Oof. All right. All right. What's up? I got like a ham sandwich and a few bites of leftover mac and cheese from my dinner the other night. I thought I had like at least one prepped meal left, but I did not. So I had to improvise. What are y'all having for lunch, huh? Lunch is important. You gotta lunch. If you don't lunch, bad things happen. Oh, thank you all for the Twitter follows. I really appreciate it. Man, I am so damn close to getting this Twitch partner, man. I'm so close, man. I could feel it, man. Ah, ah. All right, let's see what's popping in the world. See what's going on with these fires. Holy moly, look at that. That's something, huh? That is something. I mean, we're getting the smoke all the way out here in Vegas, though. I'll tell you, it's cleared up a bit since this morning. It was nasty this morning. Wow, look at that. How about that, huh? I tell you, look at all that. Ah. Let's eat some food. We're getting it done today, man. We are getting it fucking done. Ah. Hmm. Hey, I appreciate it, Zank. I really do, brother. We're so close, man. Whoever was out there with the anonymous gift subs, just, bust out some of those burner accounts, dude. I know you got like 100 of them. Start incognito tab, log in with burner account, go to Algo, bro. Incognito tab, burner account, Algo, bro. Incognito tab, burner account, Algo, bro. Let's put them to work, baby. Put them to work. This is it. This is the big week. This is it. I think today is doing good. So if today's good, then I'll only need one more day of 75 plus average viewers, and I will qualify for partner. My God, that'd be awesome. Thank you, Let's Write Code. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all the love and support over the years, man. Hundreds and hundreds of anonymous gift subs. Thank you. Look at all that, man. It's just so much, When you just think about like the square miles of it. What is it, like 2,000 square miles? It's insane. Should you go to the Twitch stream from YouTube? Yeah, if you're on YouTube and you have a Twitch account, please go to Twitch TV/AlgoBro. Even just to leave it as a muted tab, it would really help me right now. Like every average viewer counts right now. We are so close. You could be the one that pushes it over the line. Dude, if I lived anywhere near this, I'd have been gone yesterday. I'd be out of there, man. I'd be on the first plane, the first train, whatever. I'm out. I'm gone. Anything important to me, I've already mailed out. Hard drive in the mail. Outbound. Yeah, dude. If the winds change, you don't want that. You don't want that carbon monoxide. Bruh. Look at that. That's like the size of mountains, dude. Imagine just looking out your window and seeing just a giant wall of smoke and fire. And then the wind starts blowing in your direction. It's like, oh, fuck. I'd be so out of there, dude. I'd be out of there on a jet ski, dude. I'd be gonzo. Audi 9000. Hmm. Thank you all for the love and support. I really mean it. We're going to get to partner together. It's going to be great. It's like all of us are getting partner. We're going to keep the badge on my account, but it's like it belongs to all of us, right? Together. Algo together, strong. Oh. Like the Stanley Cup, that's right. We're going to keep it at Wayne Gretzky's house, but it's like it's all of ours. It's like we all work together on this one. Wow. Will I do a streamathon after I get partner? Man, I already do 9 hour streams. You want me to do a 24-hour stream? It would be a 9 hour stream, and then I eat dinner and I sleep, and then I do another 9 hour stream. I just not turn it off for the dinner and the sleep part. Mm. I don't know, y'all. I sleep in really nice lingerie, so like that might not be Twitch appropriate. Yeah, 24 hour stream over 3 days. Part one, two, three, right? Here's how we do it. I wear the same clothes. I end the stream on the timer, right? So when the stream ends, I'll be like, "Hey, everybody, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back." Stream end, part two. Hey, everybody, I'm back from the bathroom. So if you're watching it on the VOD or on YouTube, you wouldn't know that it took place over the course of a week, right? We could have fun with that. Like if I did like the sliding transition thing, like if I was on a code screen during the transition between days, it would be totally seamless. So if you were here for it, you're in on the joke. And if you weren't here for it, then yeah, you don't know. You got tricked. Be like, wow, it's been like 72 hours. This guy's still going strong. Gotta respect it. He doesn't even seem tired. Oh man, look at all terrifying. Yeah, he got a haircut. I swear his hair is getting shorter. He went to the bathroom, he came back with shorter hair and took like 10 seconds. It was amazing. Uh wow. Dude, I'm so happy that we've gotten like we're like 90% of the way there. If we crack these last few duplicates, we're golden. Oh. It's like the last few group buys that we got to figure out. But it looks like we're there. No. Is California burning by accident or on purpose this time? Man, you know, if it's that much of a powder keg, does it matter if it was like a loose cigarette or like a lightning strike? If it all goes up that easily, it's just inevitable, man. It makes tornadoes look like an afternoon delight by comparison. At least with the tornado, there's a high probability that it's not going to hit you specifically, and it's all going to be over in like 30 minutes anyway. Hey, at least a hurricane doesn't set you on fire. At least with a hurricane, it's like, it's not that bad compared to, a giant wall of fire. Oh man. If I grew up in the South, so our natural disasters were tornadoes, hurricanes. We never really had any earthquakes. There was like one that was strong enough to make the pool hum a little bit. That was about it. Mm. Yeah, I'd be on that plane. I'd be getting the fuck out of there. No, wait, that's Air Force One. That's the president. That's the president. Isn't it? It might have been Trump Force One. It's kind of hard to tell from out here. Oh man, they're just like trying to get the fires out. That's Korean Air. Okay, all right, my bad. My bad. Oh man, I swear it's coming closer to the camera every time it goes back to that view. I swear it's a little closer. Hydrants are running out of water, dude. Yeah, I heard the whole state's running out of water, dude. Like at a certain point, you kind of just have to get out of the way and let it burn. Like you're not gonna stop it. It's just too goddamn big. Yeah, we got Bill Murray here. Bill Groundhog Day ghost busting ass Murray. Like, well, it's a big fire. We're gonna get out of the way. Good look at that. It's like they're trying to rescue my Lambo. It's a goner. Oh, look at that car. It's toast. Oh, hope that wasn't a DeLorean. Ugh. Oh man, those people are having a hell of a day. Hell of a day. Uh, how you doing, chat? Does it make you feel better about your day? I hope it does. Because at least your shit's not on fire and you're not staring down the barrel of your shit being on fire. Every day your shit's not on fire is a good day. You know? Whatever little problem you're struggling with today, at least your shit's not on fire. At least you're not wondering, fuck, where am I gonna sleep from now on? Oh, you just finished off a nice little habanero? Okay, well, your shit's gonna be on fire later. Yeah, yeah, it's. Yeah, you might end up with some friends on your couch, but that's all right. Yeah, I have no furniture, so I just stand up and walk out. Like, later, see you. Chair, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you, chair. I'm sorry, I have to leave you behind. I got this chair out of not out of the dumpster, but out of the area adjacent to the dumpster where people put the stuff where it's like, hey, last chance before it's going in the dumpster. And I was like, yo, that's a nice chair. And I immediately noticed why it was tossed out because whoever put it together backwards. So you notice how I'm leaning backwards? They put that part in backwards. So it leans forward and dumps you out of the chair. It's like, yeah, they probably put it together, couldn't figure out what they did wrong, and eventually just got another chair and threw it out. So it took me about 4 minutes to fix it. And I was like, a brand new chair. Fuck yeah. It looked like it had never even been sat in. Free chair, brother. I was literally going to order a chair like later that day. So it was like total score. Ah. Dumpster chair. Fuck yeah. It's the best kind of chair. Dumpster chair. Yeah, if I hadn't gotten it, probably would have gotten some hobo chilling on the side of the road. Mattresses from the side of the road. No, I got a mattress. I didn't want to carry a mattress up the stairs, man, because I'm up a couple floors, so I had Amazon deliver me a mattress. All I had to do was kind of roll it in and crack the seal and watch it inflate. So for 200 bucks, I got a mattress to my door. Not bad, including the mattress. Amazon, baby. I want like a couch like that. I want like a nice love seat type thing, or like a chase lounge that's like one of those inflatable mattresses. Like they got to make those, right? Where I can just unroll and inflate. You can reverse your hinge and lean closer to the screen. No, the default angle when you flip it is just like sliding out. Like, oh fuck. And I was like, really? They put it together like this, and they didn't immediately realize what they did wrong? Have they never assembled a chair before? Oof. Look at all that. Doesn't it just break your heart? I tell you, man. I wouldn't even want to be close enough to report on that. That's just kind of scary. If the winds turn, then you got all that bearing down on you. Suck the oxygen right out of your lungs, dude. How far did the fire go? Oh, I don't even know. It's huge. What is it, 30 acres? Is that just 30 acres like active? I heard something like 2,000 square miles yesterday. They were saying numbers like 1,800 miles. Like, what? Now, California has these every couple of years. 15,000 acres? Yeah, that's wild. So 30 must have just been that particular front. Oof. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, but California, they have these every once in a while. It's a myriad of reasons, but basically, it's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm of fire conditions. Every couple of years, the dead wood builds up such, and it's a certain kind of wood that has a certain kind of sap that like sparks off, so it can cascade into these roaring fires, and it's like, what are you gonna do? You'd have to like deforest the whole state to fix it. So just every couple of years, half of California is gonna burn itself down. Yeah, it's really good for the soil, you know. Yeah, and it's also dry. That every day 75 degrees and sunny, that adds up. Just the cost of that perfect California golden sunshine all day, every day, forever. That's what it would be like in the Truman Show. Oh man. Hey, I'm just grateful I'm out here in Vegas right now. It's a good blend in Vegas. There's no tornadoes, there's no hurricanes. Earthquakes in theory. I don't think it's been one for a long ass time. Um, and yeah, we don't get fires because there's no trees. But what we do get is 120-degree summers. So it'll be 120 degrees for 8 consecutive weeks. 120 Fahrenheit. So if you want to know what that feels like, here's what it feels like. You ever making a pizza in the oven? Like frozen pizza? When you open it to like put it in or take it out and you get that wow. That's what it feels like. It feels like that all over you as soon as you step outside. It's just like, oh fuck, it's like close the oven door. It's so oppressively hot that a circuit goes off in your brain that says, I'm going to die. That this is too hot. Some part of your brain knows, like, if I'm out here for more than 30 minutes, I'm dead. And your whole physiology just goes into like hurry mode. It's like that scene in Sunshine where it's like, hurry, Kappa, hurry, the sun's coming. Uh, yeah, it's really intense. It's really intense. It was my first summer here. It's the hottest summer on record this last year. So next summer, if they're saying that it's gonna be like that, I'm literally gonna go live in an Airbnb somewhere else for 2 months. I ain't doing that shit again. That was awful, man. I'm gonna go kick it at mommy house for a while, you know? Anything's better than that. Just hearing the AC just go and go and go, and just thinking that, like, oh man, if the power goes out, we are done. We are done. If the power goes out and the roads jam, it's ogre. So yeah, think I'm gonna be spending next summer in like Maine or Connecticut, Montreal, maybe. You know, somewhere nice. Oh man, look at all that. All right, let's get back to it. We got a little bit left to do, just a teeny tiny bit. Why they don't prepare? They do prepare for this, man. It's like, they tell you if you live in this area, like, be ready, like, have an evacuation plan, like, don't be keeping grandma's photo album in the attic, like, this, you will probably lose this house every couple of years, and you know that moving in because your house is only a couple of years old, and they'll tell you, like, oh yeah, fire came through in '08, burned this whole thing down, eh? That's my California accent. All right. Yeah, yeah. Like, you've probably heard about, like, insurance companies are leaving California. Yeah, it's not just for like the rise in crime. It's, the horrendous natural disasters. Yeah. I've never been to Montreal. I've always wanted to go to the Old Port District, see some of that cobblestone street there. I'm a fan of that kind of old-timey architecture. I hear they have some of the best French cuisine this side of Quebec. And I'd like to try that out. Okay, so yeah, we got duplicates. Let's make sure we're grouping appropriately. Timestamp. What did I miss? Label? Alright, no, I'm still getting a duplicate here. What did I overlook? Oh, I think the duplicate might be caused by the unbound instrument ID, maybe? No, because they both say Apple. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's skip the subselect. I'll give us a clue here. Yeah, it's the same number of rows, so yeah. That'll tell us what we're not grouping by appropriately. And we're sorting by, yep, so there we go. Oh, context ID doesn't line up. Okay, yeah, we got to drop that. Yeah, I think we got to drop the context label column and then group by something like that. We're figuring it out. Eye of the open, we're getting there. That was the one we whipped up the other day. So yeah, we're working on some upgrades to our trading strategy discovery algorithm. We're outsourcing as much of the complexity as we can to the SQL engine because it's much faster than doing everything procedurally in Java. And we've almost got it. Almost got it. So what's up, chat? What's on your evening agenda? You wrapping up the workday? You just getting started? Yeah, we'll just start dropping some columns here. And then I think when we hit that last distinct, it should sync back up. Let's see. We've already dropped universe class. Drop instrument ID most of all. Oh yeah, and we'll do. Yeah, we do need to do universe class. Oh. Oh, okay. I'd have to like compound that. Okay. Well, we'll leave that for a second. We'll leave that for a second because it should match up perfectly. Oh, well, no, because it's unbound. Just drop it. Getting there. So why isn't it dropping those? Oh, I guess because their names change after we join. No, they're dropping. They're dropping. Right? Yeah. No? Yeah. Maybe. No. So can I do I just say drop universe class right? I think it's getting like the column names mixed up at the merge. So yeah. Haha! We did it. We did it, chat. All right. So what did we do? We took care of like 90% of the data preparation for our strategy discovery algorithm with what will, in the end, be a single SQL query. So we run this one SQL query, and that does like 90 something percent of the legwork that had been taking our thing too long to do on its own. And what we get back is this like nice clean data set that we toss into, a handful of Java functions, and out pops our discovered strategies in theory. Oh yeah, we still have to bind the trades. Oh yeah, we're not done yet. But we're getting there. This was the hard part. This was the hard part. Because the context states had to be rolled up. Then we had to compare like each signal instance to all the context states and match those up by a bunch of keys. It was a big pain in the ass. Big pain in the ass. But damn it, we did it. Oh, that feels good. Let's scroll through it and find something that doesn't look right, and then freak out that we didn't actually do the thing. It's always a wonderful, wonderful thing to do. So this is the stock, this is the signal, this is when it happened, and these are all the contexts that were active when the signal occurred. So this is going to let us take the raw data from our trading search space. So we add our signal models, our trading tactics, our universes of interest to a particular search space to find a particular type of strategy, stock scalping, crypto arbitrage, option theta collection, whatever. You have models appropriate to your theme. It generates a bunch of raw data in terms of here's every time the signal ever happened in the universe, here's every time this context ever happened in the universe, here's the raw simulated result of each tactic that we have being tried on each instance of each signal. It generates a tremendous amount of raw data. And then our SQL query is going to translate all that raw data into like a tiny little kit that we can just drop into a pretty simple strategy inference algorithm, which we'll write tomorrow. The inference algorithm we will write tomorrow. It'll basically be the one that we already have now, which, hold on, let me pull that up. The one that we already have now, infer strategies. But most of this is prep work, right? Is prep work. Like a lot of what we're seeing here is like nested iterations through things, and each one involves doing a bunch of compute to blah, blah, blah. It's a big pain in the ass. So most of this is going to get replaced by a SQL query that just spits out, boom. And then this goes into like the final part somewhere around here and outspits strategies. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And then all this code is going to get so much simpler. Oh my God. We won't need half of this shit. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fast, too. It's going to be like nearly instant. No matter how much data we have in there, it's going to be fucking nearly instant. Even if we have to like switch from SQLite to QuestDB and start parqueting tables because they're getting so big, it'll still be super fast. Does it need cleaning or just need structure? It just needs to be structured. So like the context annotations need to be rolled up into states with beginning and end times, which that took us a second to figure out. And then it took us a minute to figure out how we can go through each instance of each signal and then see which state timespans covered the event timespan. But we got it. We pieced it together. So now you should be able to feed it a search space ID and get back everything you need for the learning algorithm to give you a finished product. So it just takes care of most of the iterative, monotonous, cross-referencing, cross-sorting, cross-filtering work that we were doing in Java that was just taking forever when we got past a certain number of permutations. This slices right through it in like a millisecond. I love it. I love it. Don't underestimate SQL. It is really, really powerful these days, especially when you can use something like Ibis to take care of like all the headache for you. So check this out, right? Our finished products. Let me close this. So now I can take the final thing here, right? And I can say ibis.toSQL, boom. And out spits this Giga Chad SQL query. And now I can just plug in whatever variable. In this case, it's our search space ID. So now I just plug in whatever variable and fire this query at my little SQLite database, and out pops the finished result, man. All that sophisticated data frame analysis and shit that you normally do in pandas and have to execute in SQL in production, now you can do it. Or, well, yeah, you'd have to execute it in Python in production. Now you can do it in SQL. Now you can have your Python script in a GitHub somewhere as like, this is the script that generated the SQL for maintenance and upkeep and maintainability. And believe me, this is a lot more maintainable than this if you had to write it out the hard way. And yeah, and then in production, you just have this little SQL file and you do a string replace on like insert key here and fire it away. And you get super, 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 super fast data analysis. Isn't it so cool? I want to have like, you know how like people who like trick out their cars have like all the stickers of all the brands that they use? I want to do that on the stream somewhere, maybe in the About Me section down below, but I want it to be like the logos of all the tech we're using, right? Like Python Ibis, DuckDB, QuestDB, SQLite, Java 24. I think we're still on Java 22, but you know, long-term support is important. Man, we're just fucking kicking ass today. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, gang. How are you feeling? How's everybody feeling? Good, I hope. Good, I hope. Because, man, I tell you. Good, good. I want to hear good. I want to hear great. Good. Woo! Woo. Woohoo! I tell you. Old A to the B needs a Red Bull. You would like to build something good too? Hey, build what you want to build. If you get an idea for something, go talk to an AI about the idea. Flesh it out into like some requirements and see if you can satisfy those requirements with code. First principles, right? Like, okay, well, we need to have a source of this data. Where can we get the data? Okay, all right. Well, then we need to do this to it. How do we do that to it? Okay, all right. Check, check. All right. Well, then we need to transform it. Okay, all right. Then before you know it, you have a to-do list, and then you just go do that bitch. And, you know, you might realize that step 4 wasn't as easy as you originally thought. Maybe you need to rethink step 7. But you do, you know, you adapt, you improvise, you overcome. And sometimes you got to burn it down and start over. If you were here last year, you saw me burn it all down and start over right around Christmas of last year. And here we are. Finished product. Oh, sorry. Sneak preview. Finished product. And we're just making our incremental improvements, right? Now we can discover strategies. Now we can trade those strategies live. Now we have a dashboard for observing live trading. Now we have a second generation strategy discovery algorithm that's going to be 2 orders of magnitude faster than the previous one. And it's not going to have anywhere near as much dead space. And then we're going to fix this thing so it doesn't look like a damn burning bush every time we turn it on. And yeah, and hopefully we have some actual decent trading strategies here in the next few weeks before Valentine's Day would be great. I'll probably still have to get a day job, but I won't have to have a day job as long. It could be a part-time job instead of a full-time job. I'm confident that there is some credibility to the idea of trading strategy to search for trading strategies using components. The only question is this paradigm an effective way to do that? Is this algorithm an effective way to do that? Is our strategy components effective for discovering the types of strategies that we want to? And hopefully we'll have some really good results in that end by Valentine's Day. That would be great. That'd be fantastic. That would make me so happy. That would make me so happy. So, gang, I think it is about that time to thank everybody for coming out to another Algo Bro stream. It has been a productive one. Thank you all for being here and helping me get one step closer, one stream closer to partner. If the numbers are good today, which I'm confident they will be, with all of your love and support, we'll only need one more day of 75 plus average viewers to be eligible to apply for Twitch Partner. The Spirit, the Father, the Holy Dan Clancy. Let's do this, baby. All right, we're going to raid Acorn, friend of the stream, personal inspiration to us all. See what's going on with Fooney and the current iteration of the billiards game. It's always something cool to check out over there. And that's all for me, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Okay.